Jason,
What's up?
I think you froze for a second.
Hopefully it'll hang there. It's been like kind of overcast and rainy here, and we have satellite internet, so it's sometimes
So
spotty.
Elijah wants to know: is this the stream where we talk about how much we love Paul of Tarsus?
Yep, this is it. Come to the right place. Get out your
Yep.
bingo cards.
Hey, Jason, are you even Christian?
We'll see. We'll see.
I
we're
just
still
got
that's
this
still up
book
for
in the
debate.
mail. Oh yeah, I forgot. I
Jesus
just
the
got
Jew.
this
Who
book
wrote
in the
that?
mail. This is written by Geza Vermesh. Vermesh, I think his name is how you say his name. Although most people say Vermes, I think it's Vermesh. And Geza Vermesh. So I have his autobiography coming soon, and he was a really interesting guy because before World War II, his he was like 4 years old, and both his parents, who had themselves been raised as secular Jews, converted to Roman Catholicism in Hungary, I believe. And so he was raised as a Catholic during World War II, and he became a Catholic priest. And when the Dead Sea Scrolls first came out, he wrote the first dissertation on the Dead Sea Scrolls in history, and he um, is the translator of the Penguin version of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was one of the top Dead Sea Scrolls scholars in history in the world ever. And he was a very involved Catholic priest. He was even involved in Vatican II, and he wrote many books about Jesus. And he was, in fact, the one who started what's called the Son of Man debate, which I talk about a lot regarding the translation of Jesus back into Aramaic. And towards the end of his life, he actually reverted back to Judaism, and he became a Jew again, and left Roman Catholicism. And that's why I wanted to read his biography. Yeah.
Oh, cool. So that's the book, Jesus the Jew, is his biography?
No, this
Okay.
just arrived. So I bought the biography. Let me see what the name of the biography was. I bought the biography along with this book, and uh, this arrived first. I also bought Star of Redemption, which also hasn't arrived, and that's another book that by Franz Rosenzweig, who had a kind of similar thing to Geza Vermesh, but the name of his biography is Providential Accidents. Sorry, Providential Accidents. That's the name of his. Yeah. And
Nice.
apparently,
How do you find time to read all this?
I don't. I
It's a lot
just
of
buy
books.
tons of books I never
Oh yeah,
read.
I do the same thing. Yeah. Maybe if you like go to bed with the book under your pillow, you'll get it while you sleep.
Yeah, that's precisely how it works. Although I did just finish Race Marxism by James Lindsay, and I I am starting. Well, I'm already halfway through, but that's because it's a page turner. Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky.
Oh,
So
nice.
when I was 12, I read Crime and Punishment, and it was like it totally changed my life, and I loved it. And I read everything Dostoevsky, and I started reading Russian literature, but that was almost 35 years ago.
Yeah.
And um, who let Andrew in here?
What
You know,
up?
someone mentioned Crime and Punishment, so
Yeah, he had to join.
Yep.
Hey, and it's
And
sunny there.
Yeah, it was the devil was beating his wife earlier. I don't know if you know that phrase.
nope.
It's when it's sunny and it's raining.
When it's sunny and it's raining, that's when the devil's
Yeah.
beating his wife.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I don't know.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from, but
I like it.
Anyway, I didn't remember Crime and Punishment at all, so I decided, you know what? Maybe I should reread it.
It's in that what is that? The compost heap that Vicky talks about. That's where it is.
It is in that compost heap that is my memory. This is true. This is definitely true. Okay, we should start with a prayer. So who's going to say the prayer?
I can do it. I haven't been here in a while.
It's all you,
right.
Jason.
All right. Heavenly Father, we just come before you right now. We just ask that you watch over this time and help us to focus our minds on you and give us eyes to see and ears to hear. And I ask that you open up the scriptures that we might understand them and open up our understanding to learn new things. Help us to bring glory to your name. And we just ask you for peace for everybody who's watching, and peace for your city, Jerusalem, peace for heavenly Jerusalem. And we ask for wisdom, that you pour out your spirit of wisdom upon all of us, and ask for humility and guidance and repentance and a turning towards you every day. In your name I pray. Amen. Is that a Christian prayer?
That was very, very heartfelt. You didn't break out into the rosary, though. I was expecting a bit of the rosary. Yeah.
I can do that if you want. I actually haven't prayed it today. I should have, but I didn't. I got extremely distracted. I found a hard drive with all the old band stuff on it from like 10 years ago when we were playing together, and so I was going like for like an hour or probably longer than that, probably like 2 hours straight. I was just like looking through old photos, and when I've been doing something more productive, like praying the rosary or reading scriptures or something, preparing for this. What can you do?
Elijah asks, why do Christians usually close their eyes when they pray, but Jews usually don't? I think it's Protestants who close their eyes, and I think the reason is they don't pray out of a prayer book generally, whereas I'm used to usually reading my prayers. Could a Jew say the Lord's Prayer in good conscience? Yes, I think I have found zero objectionable in the Lord's Prayer. Whose dog is that, Andrew?
It's the neighbor's dogs. They're on vacation, so looking after them.
I'm jealous.
Are they playing with your dog or no?
No. Yeah, my dog doesn't like them too much.
Your dog doesn't like the neighbor's dogs?
Yeah, I don't like the neighbor's dogs much either, so.
Liar.
I'm just kidding. I think my dog's better than though.
I see.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Dogs know something we don't. Trust your dog.
There's two of them. They roughhouse a bit, and they're much more energetic than my dog. Look at him.
Well,
Yeah, they look
isn't
kinda
your
like
dog
puppies.
also? Your dog is much older than them, isn't it? She.
I think she's older than the this guy, this brown one. She's a puppy. Rocky here, this black one. I'm not too sure.
What is that? Are you beside a pool?
Yeah, it's the neighbor's pool.
Oh, okay. Do the dogs swim?
I haven't seen him. Hi. Hi.
Well, that cover looks like it's
Yo.
there to keep the dogs from going swimming in without permission.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
This is supposed to be about the Bible, God, not dog. God.
Not
You
dogs.
dyslexics.
We're talking about
all
scriptures
dogs
about
go to heaven,
dogs?
So
There are definitely scriptures about dogs.
Yep. They're kind of, okay, so here's a question. Are they compared to is there kind of an idea of they're kind of like watchers? Like, did you have prophets and then you have gosh, what does it say in some of the prophets? It's in like Jeremiah, maybe in Isaiah too. It says the prophets have envisioned lies, and the priests have where the prophets and the priests become corrupt, but the watchers are still the watchers haven't been corrupted. And I wonder if there's a connection to dogs with that.
Christians have this concept of watchers that comes apparently from like the Enochic literature that I don't really know much about at all. I would be interested in like whatever words the Christians translate as watchers.
Well, yeah, there's usually, I think in Daniel is kind of some of the idea too. There's a watcher that comes down in Daniel 4, a holy one to King Nebuchadnezzar. I know I'm saying that wrong. But I don't know necessarily, I don't know that I would link that to dogs. I guess I was thinking there's, where is it? I'm trying to find it. There's a chapter in Isaiah where it talks about the watchers being like dumb dogs that lie down and they don't know how to bark. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Well, I guess I was wondering because you have the idea of dogs watching the flock, and they just kind of, that's their job. And Job even says something about like I would disdain to put these people with the dogs in my flock. Let's see. So there's Isaiah 21. It talks about a watchman.
Isaiah 21. Hold on. Isaiah 21.
And this does not even mention dogs here, by the way. I guess I'm just thinking in my head, like
which verse?
Verse 5 basically is where it starts. But it's just having, I guess it's the idea of having like a watchdog, like someone who stays up at night, who watches the perimeter, isn't necessarily allowed in the house or in the holy place, but they're there to watch.
I'm not. The watchman.
Stranger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kiko Amar Elai Lech Hamed Hametzapeh. Yeah. Asher Yireh Yagid. Metzapeh. Interesting. Genesis 31:49. Hamitzpah Asher Amar Yitzef Hashem. Therefore was the name of it called Galed and also Mitzpah, for he said, the Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent one from another. Okay. So that's why he called it Mitzpah. Interesting. Mm,
Oh, here's Isaiah 56, starting at verse 9, is where it connects watchmen to dogs.
56 verse 9.
Well,
Kol
verse it's
chayto
not,
sadai etav lechol kol chayato bayar.
verse 10.
Sopav, that's an interesting Ivrim kulam. That's a very interesting sopav. And I'm wondering why it's being presented as, let me see. Sopav Ivrim kulam. Ad karabagan al tachshoch. That's Barbanel is always so long-winded.
No, we don't have time for that. To bark.
Lazim Shachvim Ave Lanum. Interesting. I'm wondering why it's showing the tzaddik at the beginning to be large. That doesn't. I'm guessing that's something in the scroll, but I'm not seeing anybody talking about it. Michatai, Tzopav Kari V'Hatzadi Rabati. The tzaddik at the beginning of this is written large. Ve'itz de Amret Tzopeha Halichot Beita the Sof Mishlei Se Ata B'Chol Ha'am. I have zero. Chaser Yod Harabim. This is a very strange verse.
Why do you say that?
Well, it looks. I am guessing there are explanations why this word is written in a very strange way, in multiple ways, and this word here, apparently it's the only place it's used in the entire Bible.
And that means to dream?
That's how it gets. It's being translated. Yeah.
So they're so that where it's kind of saying, oh, they cannot bark dreaming lying down. Okay, loving the sun.
I assure you, dogs can bark in their dreams.
They can.
Yes, they certainly do. I'm guessing this is not incredibly interesting streaming of me trying to go through. Uh,
You want me to? I can just read through while you're looking. I can read through this little passage. It'll be in New King James though.
so Otsar Midrashim says it's written with a. This verse is written with a large sadi because they are not actually blind, but are mistaken. And he stands in the day and they have eyes but do not see. And so, because their eyes cannot see, Yesh Omrim Rasiyat Tzitz Tzadik Gedolah. And so, there are those who say it is to make of a tzitz, Shemot. A tzitz is the thing of the what's it? How do you say tzitz? How do they translate tzitz? Tzitz is priestly golden head plate. That's the tzitz.
Wait, so what does it say about the head seats?
Okay, so apparently, so there are certain letters in the Bible that are enlarged and certain ones which are written small. And there's just a tradition about them that the scribes have. So this particular word has many strange qualities, but one of them is that the first letter is supposed to be written extra large. And the Midrash says, the Midrash apparently says that that's because these people are not truly, they're watchers, but they're not, it says they're blind watchers. And the Midrash is explaining that the tzadi is written large because it's, I don't understand. What? You thought I actually knew what I was talking about?
I'm not understanding what that would mean either. Why it would be written large. I mean, in context, I could read the whole thing. It says, "All you beasts of the field come to devour all you beasts in the forest. His watchmen are blind. They are all ignorant. They are all dumb dogs that cannot bark, sleeping or dreaming, lying down, loving to slumber. Yes, they are greedy dogs, which never have enough, and they are shepherds who cannot understand. They all look to their own way, everyone for his own gain, from his own territory. Come, one says, I will bring wine, and we will fill ourselves with intoxicating drink. Tomorrow will be as today, and much more abundant." So in context, it's kind of saying like, yeah, all the watchmen, the people who should be keeping watch, are just seeking their own gain, and they're drunk, and they're blind and dumb.
So this is interesting. This is from the Reshit Chochmah. He says that, so there's a verse that says bribery makes the people who see blind. Bribery causes and he's saying that just like when you give a dog, you like bribe it with like a bone or food or something, it fails to it fails to bark when it's supposed to. Similarly, these here it's talking about judges who take bribery, and so that's what it means that the watchers are blind, like dogs that do not bark, that are dumb that they don't bark, right? They're taking bribes, and just like you can bribe a dog to not bark, you can bribe judges. What's
That's
the bribe?
that's convicting.
Good question. What is the bribe?
Um, Deuteronomy 16, verse 19, you shall not pervert justice, you shall not show partiality, nor shall you take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the righteous. What does it say? It says something like, for, it might be in one of the Proverbs where it says, for a piece of bread, a man will transgress, or something like that. And kind of, man, that's really interesting. You connects it to giving your dog a bone, though.
Well, I mean, it's true. Like that's what like thieves do with dogs. They'll throw them a piece of meat and then
Yeah. Oh man, that's so convicting. Oh, it hurts my heart. Man, it makes you just think of the importance of staying sober-minded and being distracted with all these little indulgences that I just always get caught up in, you know. What is this? Proverbs 23, verse 29. Who has woe? Who has sorrow? Who has contentions? Who has complaints? Who has wounds without cause? Who has redness of eyes? Those who linger long at the wine, those who go in search of mixed wine. Do not look at the wine when it is red, when it sparkles in the cup. It swirls around smoothly. At last it bites like a serpent and stings like a viper. Your eyes will see strange things, and your heart will utter perverse things. Yes, you will be like one who lies down in the midst of the sea, or like one who lies at the top of the mast, saying, they have struck me, and I was not hurt. They have beaten me, but I did not feel it. When shall I awake, that I may seek another drink? I don't know. That's just why it's convicting to me, because it's like, it's the symbolism of wine isn't necessarily bad, but I think it often represents something like your passions. And if you're kind of giving yourself to your passions, then you can find yourself just blind and dumb, sleeping. You should be watching. Man, I gotta get my act together.
Yep, just you. Everybody else is good. You're just an particularly evil person, Jason. We all know it. Have you met my kitty?
Yes. Shadow in the Valley of Death. Hey everybody, have you met his kitty?
Kitty.
I was gonna ask on the topic of dogs as well. The Hebrew word is Caleb, right?
Yep.
Caleb. Which is Caleb in the book of Joshua. He's one of the spies. Or in Numbers.
Right. His name is basically dog. Yes.
I always love that. You know, I like how God. This is what I was always reminded of, because when I had my dog, I mean, she literally would just follow me everywhere. And if I ever came to my parents' house, she wasn't allowed inside, but she would literally sit out the door, no matter how long I was in there, and just wait for me. And then if I'd go on a walk with her, she'd always stay right beside me. And God says of Caleb, when they're talking about the promised land, he says, Caleb can enter because he has a different spirit in him, because he followed me fully. And that's just what it always reminds me of, like a dog would follow a master fully.
So one of the few things I remember, so my sister's father-in-law passed many years ago, He passed like 14, 15 years ago. But when I got a dog, one of the things he told me is um, dogs are especially beloved of God because when the Israelites were leaving Egypt, they didn't bark. And I didn't know that verse in the Bible. And I went and looked it up, and it was like, oh, yeah, he's right.
Wait, what is this? When they were leaving Egypt, the dogs didn't bark.
Yeah, it says that.
The dogs of Egypt or the dogs of the Israelites?
I think the dogs of Egypt.
So
I
they just
think.
let them. They like let them pass and stuff.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Kelev.
I didn't even know that was in the Bible. What? Love dogs. Like dogs? Do you like dogs?
Uh, let's see. Yeah, Exodus 11:7. But against any of the children of Israel, not a dog shall move its tongue, neither against man or beast, that you may know that the Lord differentiates between Mitzrayim and between Israel.
Wow. That's cool. I remember that verse now. I always wondered what that meant. Oh, that's really cool. Yep, I think God loves dogs as well. Some people don't, but
Well, they're wrong.
I agree.
They obviously
I
don't know their Bible very well.
That's what I think too. I grew up hearing that dogs don't go to heaven because they don't have a soul. And I was just like, have you ever met a dog? Like, oh my gosh, what a horrible thing to say. They have no.
Have they ever read Jonah?
Where is that in Jonah?
And
I know. I mean, oh okay. I know
Like
there's like lots of other
the
verses
animals put on sackcloth and repent of their sins in Jonah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Yeah, the animals, like, how dare you?
that.
Yeah.
Dan Smith says, "Dog is God's friend."
Connie says, Connie is from Down Under. That's cool. Anubis was an Egyptian false god who looked like a dog. So the fact that they didn't bark when Hebrews fled is cool.
Ooh, that is really cool. I never even thought about that.
Shadow doesn't like the fact we're talking about these dog gods. She's the only false god around here.
Yeah. So what does the Bible have to say about cats? Anything good?
Actually, I'm not. Well,
I feel like
so
I've asked you this before.
it talks about lions and lion cubs, but I don't know if the Bible talks about house cats. Like the modern Hebrew word for cats is chatul, and I don't even know if that's a word from the Bible or not.
Huh. Yeah, there's a. I know it talks about leopards as well. And yeah, mostly talks about like bigger cats, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't. So here we go.
You know what's interesting is like, I mean, I guess because maybe they're not native to the area of Israel, but you think tigers would have crept their way in? Because I feel like you gave us a bunch of symbolism out of tigers,
Well, the
the stripes and
Talmud
everything.
talks about cats, but
House
I don't
cats?
really. Yeah.
Oh. It was clawed by a weasel. Wait, what was that? What? Go up a little bit. What is this? If an animal was clawed by a cat or a mongoose, in the case of kids or lambs, which are very small, it is a tarifa.
Treifa, yeah,
Tra-
means it's been torn apart and will die.
oh, if it was clawed by a weasel, in the case of birds. Oh, Those weasels. Sorry, you can keep going. I just saw weasel.
Yeah, so I mean, there's that very famous. This is one of the most famous Talmudic things. It says, similarly, Rabbi Yochanan said, even if the Torah had not been given, we would nonetheless have learned modesty from the cat, which covers its excrement, in that stealing is objectionable from the ant, which does not take grain from another ant, and forbidden relations from the dove, which is faithful to its partner, and proper relations from the rooster, which first appeases the hen and then mates with it.
What? What rooster does that? Maybe they do. I don't know.
I've never had, but like,
I had
yeah,
2 roosters, and they killed one of my hens, and I was like, "You guys are done. You have
that was
lost your
mean.
privileges." Yeah, it was really sad. They were not nice to my hens. I think it was because I had 2 roosters, and they were frustrated, and so they decided to take it out on the hens. And
That's not good.
nah. But when you raise them from chicks, you can't really tell what they're going to be until they're older. So I gave them to the Amish. Well, I think one I killed, and then I ended up giving one to the Amish, and they killed
You
that one.
murdered the poor rooster?
Yeah, sorry.
You're such a murderer.
Yeah, killing
Modern
chickens.
Hebrew for cats, chatul, comes from the Greek.
So is the
Really?
cat? Was he relating in that one thing? Was it kind of relating a cat to a weasel and a mongoose in some sense?
Well, so there it was talking about animals that are that have been clawed, and thus, so if an animal is going to die anyway, you cannot slaughter it and make it a kosher. It's not considered kosher slaughter because it's already dying, and that's
Yeah.
that's what it was talking about. Whether, and it was saying for a small animal, if it gets clawed, if it gets clawed, then it's considered a treifa. But for a larger animal, it's not until one of its internal organs is revealed through the clawing.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
That's rough. Huh. Well, I just want to share because I know mongoose have the whole, back and forth with serpents. That's pretty cool. Have you ever heard?
Elijah is trying to get us to give money to that horrible, anti-religious website called Haaretz.
What is that?
Haaretz.
Word of the day is Cthulhu.
Haaretz is basically the New York Times of Israel.
Oh, okay. And it's bad.
Yeah. Basically, they just lie because they're evil leftists. So.
Oh, okay. That's like from 2013 also.
It is, and so I refuse to give money to.
What is this? Abraham Lincoln is famous for saying. What?
That's
Yeah.
actually one of my favorite
Honestly.
memes. You've never seen the meme?
That meme?
Here, let me find
No.
the meme.
I have not. Well, there you have it. The Bible doesn't talk about cats, so I don't know what that means. But yeah, why does it say Jacob and Trey when Trey is not there?
Yeah, well, Trey.
Oh,
Why is Trey not here? So this is one of my favorite memes.
Oh, that's yeah. Honest Abe. There you go. It's on the internet. It must be true.
Speaking of Trey, he just asked me for a StreamYard link.
What? Nice.
He was supposed to be here over an hour ago.
Have you heard the story of Ricky Tikki Tavi, the mongoose?
Yes.
In the Jungle Book?
Yes.
I love the story, man. It's a good one. It's biblical, right? There's a snake in the garden, and the mongoose.
There's no mongoose in the garden.
Not in the Bible, maybe, but there isn't that story.
Well, there must have been a mongoose in the ark, though.
Yeah, that's true. I guess a mongoose would be a type of weasel or something like that. Speaking of weasels,
Hello,
Speaking of weasels,
Weasel. How am I,
What's
Weasel?
up?
we've been waiting for you for the past 2 hours.
Yeah, that's not true.
Trey is probably at home watching Destiny like the degenerate he is.
You guys were actually waiting on me? I didn't know that. There's
We
no-
weren't really,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
but you said you were gonna come over.
I am. I finished basketball and I got my shower and I'll be over in a second. Relax.
Oh,
Did you win?
He was playing basketball.
We going on the last game. Yeah.
Oh, nice. What's Destiny, by the way? You can tell I'm
Don't
not a
worry
geek
about
then.
it. Destiny is a YouTuber nobody should listen to, but
Yeah.
Trey does
Oh.
because that's the type of person Trey is.
I hate it. Like, oh my gosh. It's like,
Don't feel bad. I watch Always Sunny all the time. That's my main
No.
go-to. So
no,
I'm kind
that's
of a
not,
degen as well.
that's not the point. Besides, Clown, you know what? Clown, at least I have opinions and feelings and everything like that. You're just a soulless husk. You're closer to Destiny than I am. I have emotions. You don't, okay? Destiny
Hey,
have emotions.
Hey, you're the ginger.
I
Elijah
know.
has a soul.
I know, but like he isn't using it. He's like, you know, soul death or something like
and
that. you know?
Dan is right. Isn't Destiny a girl's name? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know the joke. Great.
No, I don't actually know the joke.
That's what he was called in a debate, pretty much. Isn't Destiny a girl's name?
Oh, okay.
That's what
I
I mean.
couldn't-
Sandy mentioned give donations to Woodland Cultural Center in memory of musician Robbie Roberts today instead. She said that was the band. I guess he was part of the band. I'm
I have
assuming she means the band.
zero ideas about
The band with
bands.
Bob Dylan?
But
You probably
but
heard
like if you're giving donations, it should be to Fountain of Comfort, not to Woodland Cultural Center.
Of course, you would say that.
Of course, I would say that.
that. Agreed. I was going to ask. Oh, yeah. Why didn't dinosaurs have a spot on the ark? Elijah asks.
Who says they did? So have we? How long has it been since we've spoken about Omphalos? Maybe we can talk about Omphalos. Do you like talking about Omphalos?
Yes, let's do it. I don't know what that is. That sounds
You
familiar.
don't know what Omphalos is?
Is this a? I don't think I do. I feel like I've heard it before, but I might once you start talking about it. Then I know it.
Omphalos
Omphalos?
is Greek for belly button.
So why didn't Adam and Eve have belly buttons, or did they?
Because it's solid wood.
Did Adam and Eve have belly buttons?
It was probably coming out of some primordial swamp soup, right? Where they evolved from as an amoeba. And
Depends on your understanding of Genesis.
I don't know. I would hope they had them.
Elijah objects to Jacob's greatest hits. Mitch objects to Jacob's greatest hits. I won't play Jacob's greatest hits.
I would think that would be nice if they would have had them, right?
So the theological question is, if
Chicken or
God
the egg?
if God created Adam with a belly button, wouldn't that be God lying?
That's a good question. Well, here's a question that I don't know if this is related to it. You'll probably say this is absolutely insane, but Ecclesiastes chapter 12, it talks about before the silver cord is loosed or the golden broken. It's all poetic language, but the silver cord, is that an umbilical cord connecting you to God, like a silvery head? Is there any? Have you ever heard that theory before?
Yeah. This is Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12. It's talking about a man dying, actually, but it says, and the golden bowl actually reminds me of prayers, and the pitcher shattered at the fountain.
Which
The wheel broke. Verse 6. Verse 6.
Verse 6. Ad asher lo yiratek.
Is this belly button
hakesef. The silver cord. No, I wouldn't say chevel hakesef. I mean, it's made out of silver. Why would you think that the silver cord is?
I mean, don't most scholars agree that Genesis 1 through 10 is allegorical?
That's it. That's that spinal cord on that one.
Yeah, Rashi believes the silver cord is the spinal cord.
Oh, so this was just some Protestant pastor that you probably don't know of. I don't think he's anymore. He got in a sex scandal, but I think it was him. I heard him say once that the silver cord was referring to some invisible, kind of like an umbilical cord to God, that it's, or something like that. And then when you die, or maybe it was some invisible umbilical cord to the earth, and then when you die, that's severed, and then you're able to float off to heaven or something like that. It was quite strange, but spinal cord might make a little more sense. But then it's kind of weird. Mine before the silver cord is loosed. Let's see. What does that say? It's got a footnote. Removed is what it says. Ketiv. Before the silver cord is ketiv. Removed. I don't know. That's my favorite chapter in the entire Bible. Because I'm emo. Sounds like the Matrix. Yeah, see, it does. There you go. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. Being plugged into the Matrix.
I am morally opposed to being plugged into a matrix.
I don't think I like it either. Dan Smith says, Targum Jonathan version of Isaiah 13:22 as gold as cats. What? Well, Isaiah 32. That's where it's talking about Babylon, or I don't know. Maybe it's Assyria. So what have you been up to, Trey?
Questioning my sanity, as per usual, and arguing with Clown, useless things. Other than that, life's been good. I've been going through Young, and work has been going good.
You mean Jung? Yep. Carl Jung?
Jung, yeah.
Carl Jung? Yeah, that guy.
I think I got my dad on Jung.
Oh, nice. I've never actually read any of his stuff, but I've heard him quoted a lot, and it seems like he's got a lot of good stuff to say.
As a witness, Trey is not allowed to know that in German, the J stands for Y sound. Like when it says Jacob in your Bible, that's because originally in the German, it was Jakob, right? Mm-hmm. And then when they translated the Bible from German to English, they just took the German spelling instead of redoing it. So that's why Trey calls Carl Jung Carl Jung, because he always gets the J wrong.
he actually said it
I
right. and
also
I was the one who made a joke and said Young.
no. I noticed earlier today on the Discord, he spelled Young Yung.
Did I? There's no way. There's
I'm
no
pr-
possible way.
Somebody did. I think it was you. I just thought it was hilarious. Yep. Since you're a fan of Young Yung, today at 2:18 p.m. caught you red-handed.
Also, hold up. I also do be making like mad spelling errors. Like I think most of my comments have a bunch of spelling errors, so I wouldn't say that's a thing.
This is what happens when you're a witness.
Cult member?
Yep.
Hey, you said it. You agreed. You agreed. I'll take it. Anywho, why is the documentary hypothesis wrong, Jacob? Shouldn't we trust the science?
So when that's funny because I was just looking earlier today. I was looking up my history professor, who had been a Catholic priest. So my first semester in college, I took ancient history because I wanted to know what the actual history was. And my first term paper I ever wrote in college was about where Deuteronomy 6:4 actually came from, where the Shema came from. And because I was doing the whole scientific thing, and that's when I looked into the documentary hypothesis, and so I wrote a whole paper on how Deuteronomy was actually written by Isaiah's scribe Baruch 1,000 years after Moses, and right? Because of course I believed all that stuff. And then as I started learning more about religion, I started actually listening to people talking about the documentary hypothesis and the Old Testament. And the more I looked at it, the more idiotic the documentary hypothesis seemed to me. And I completely started dismissing it as being completely idiotic. And when it comes to the Hebrew Bible, it's so nonsensical.
You're not. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, pretty much, it started from an oral tradition, and then eventually it was written down, and pretty much it was written down over a dispersed period. Or, there's no shot Moses wrote it down, right?
Okay, so this whole framework, I was actually thinking about that because the whole framework, because of the discussion we were having on Discord about how Hebrew language works, right? Mm-hmm. So Hebrew language, written Hebrew language is very unspecific. It's obviously what you would call a primitive language because it's just when you write something in Hebrew, it's just reminding. It's like a reminder. It's not like in English. When you write a sentence, it captures the fullness of what is being said in the writing. When you read Hebrew, the vocalizations, forget the cancellations, just the vocalizations were invented 1,300 years ago. But back during the time of Jesus, there were no vocalizations, right? So the way people understand the Bible, so we were talking about specifically Psalm 22, where it has ka'ari, yadai v'raglai, right? Which Jews translate like a lion, my hands and feet, and Christians translate pierced my hands and feet. And Bazani Bazzani, whatchamacallit? Bazzani gave this article that has like, it had like, I don't know, 12, 13 different theories about what it means. And for me, it was like, what are you even talking about? Like, you can't write with that level of exactness in Hebrew. It just doesn't work, right? It's just not possible, like in ancient Hebrew, to write as exactly as these theories would like to make it happen, where like if I write something in Hebrew without vocalization and I give it to you to read, and like it, the communication isn't that high fidelity. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. That it's more fluid of a language.
Right. It's
Yeah.
the written language of Hebrew is just so much more fluid, right?
Yeah.
And for like exactly like the Psalms, right? When you talk about the Psalms in like writing down the Psalms, people had writings of the Psalms, but it's not like what was written down was for them more important. Like people had these Psalms memorized, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the documentary hypothesis just doesn't work with Hebrew very well, because when you have writings in Hebrew, they're read with a whole context. They have to be, because without the entire context, you can't even read the text. You really can't.
That's really interesting. Yeah, there's that video I sent you a while back. It's by this podcast I listen to sometimes called Rune Soup, and it was titled something like, I think the title of it was, the question was, are there aliens in the Bible? Because these two were doing a commentary on this book they read, where I guess this guy decided to translate the Hebrew as literal as he could, and he came to the conclusion that it's talking about aliens or something. And they were like, yeah, you would probably do that if you were trying to pin down Hebrew language, that very hard line. And they're like, but the Hebrew language doesn't allow you to do that. You have to be in like a communion with the language itself, because it's fluid. And one thing I thought was really fascinating that they said is that in the English language, you have different words and they're a lot more particular, but there's they said embedded within the Hebrew language is almost something like a mediator between different words and different thoughts and different letters, because of the way it is fluid. And so, I don't know, it was just extremely fascinating hearing them talk about it.
Yeah, Hebrew language, I mean, it just doesn't work the same way as English does. It just doesn't. And so, like Fraud says, like, if I understand you correctly, Jacob, wouldn't the fluidity of the text be a good argument for the necessity of the oral Torah? Yes. And so, there are just so many things that I think come from trying to read the Bible from Greek eyes that.
Yeah.
How did we get onto this? We were talking about something. We were talking about the documentary hypothesis. Right. So the documentary hypothesis, like the stylistic, that's the type of trying to figure out, oh, this person wrote this because that's how this person writes, that this person wrote this because how that person writes. that just it makes zero sense to me when it's applied to the Tanakh, to the Hebrew Bible, because in Hebrew that type of thing doesn't make a lot of sense. But then I looked at, once I started actually seriously looking at the Gospels, and it's like, well, you look at the synoptic Gospels and it's obviously like various versions of the same text, right? So like the documentary hypothesis, like the Christian Bible begs for that type of analysis of, oh, well, like this line here in Luke is exactly the same. And the only times you have anything even similar to that in the Hebrew Bible is with Chronicles and Kings, or and some of the Psalms. It seems kind of like that, but Sandy,
Hey,
Hi, Sandy.
sorry,
You're-
I've been popping in and out of listening to you guys because I was writing to a friend here.
your hair is down. I don't think
Oh.
I've ever seen you before with your hair down.
I don't have hair. It's usually just up in a bun. Yeah, sorry. I do have the elastic still. I can put it up. Look normal.
No, it looks good. Looks good.
Dan says English has many words that are spelled the same but have different meanings. Pants, bat, lead, and many more. Yeah, but all of Hebrew's like that. Like all of Hebrew's like that.
Yeah, Hebrew is incredibly fascinating. I thought that video I was watching, I thought was a really compelling case on why you've mentioned before that you think it's like the best language. To me, I thought it
For
was a compelling
scriptures?
case. Well,
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
there's
probably.
I think there's a reason why Muslims and Jews are so like you have to know the actual language. You can't translate it, because I think translating I think translating from a Semitic language to a different language really changes the text.
You don't have to kind of get particular, though, don't you, when you're trying to translate? And I wonder if that's why the people find the Greek so helpful, because to me the Greek seems extremely particular in a lot of ways. It's always kind of fascinated me that line in the Gospels, because it says it in a lot of them, where it says when Jesus is crucified, above the cross it's written. It makes like a special emphasis to say it was written in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. And so I could just think, oh, that's just the languages of the time, I guess. But it seems, I've always kind of taken it as, I guess, I don't know, God kind of winking at you and being like, hey, there's something special about these three languages. But maybe I'm just kind of weird like that. This picture. Yeah.
So
I
this
don't
is
know.
one of my favorite images, and part of the reason it's one of my favorite images is because the Hebrew is so bad.
Because it's written the wrong way, right? Did you say that?
So first of all, the Hebrew has vocalization marks, and you would never put vocalizations on a sign, much less. I mean, obviously, vocalizations didn't even exist back during the time of Jesus. So like already that's just silly. But at the first two words you can read. The next two words, the person who was making it just kind of got tired and stopped like following whatever the person who wrote for them wrote. And it's just like it's kind of Hebrewish. It kind of looks like Hebrew.
Yeah. That's funny.
No, really. You think it was written left to right? I actually, well,
Oh,
the word all the way on the left is kind of completely illegible in Hebrew. Like you kind of can make, but then the next word, like that's I know the word he was trying to make, which is melech, but like that doesn't look like it at all. So like so there are 4 Hebrew words on the top row. The word all the way on the right is Yeshua, and that's clear, and that's fine. The next word, Notzri, Nazarene, I guess is how most people would translate it. That you can still read it. It's not great, but it's fine. The next word you can't read at all. And the word all the way on the left, you can kind of sort of read.
Huh. Yeah, it's interesting.
Connie says, my pastor once told me the lamb that had to be sacrificed for Passover had to be a lamb who had been a pet part of the family home for 1 year so they get attached. Is that true or a myth made up? I don't know the exact rules, but I think you are supposed to have it like I forget the exact rules, but there is something about having it be here. Let's look up Maimonides and see what Maimonides has to say. Mishneh Torah. Passover.
Oh, because I put that there.
Paschal offering. There we go. I don't know these rules as well as I should. No, that's not it.
Here. Down.
Oh, you guys aren't even seeing what I'm pulling
No.
up.
Thought you were still looking.
Well, I am still looking, but I thought I actually had it at least up. I might be looking in the wrong place anyway.
That reminds me of the story that the prophet tells to David when he sleeps with Bathsheba, and he says something about the lamb that the guy's really attached to.
Oh, Nathan, yeah.
Yeah. And you killed it. You took the lamb.
See, I never really bothered too much with things that weren't practical. Like, we don't actually do this, so I never really bothered too much about it. But then Christians started asking me all kinds of questions about things I didn't know anything about.
Because we love the Bible.
And never bother thinking about like whether something's actually practical or not.
Connie also said the idea was that it wasn't a random lamb from the field. It was of value. There is a, gosh, what is it? It talks about, I don't know if this would even be connected at all, but at the end of Leviticus, it talks about trading animals and the priest making a valuation for it or something like that. Where is it?
Well, there is this concept of
The priest shall set a value for it, whether it is good or bad, as you, the priest, value it, so it shall be. But that's talking about the Passover lamb particularly.
Mhm.
right. So if a person makes a neder, like he's going to bring a particular, like he says, "Oh, I'm going to take this cow of mine to the temple, but it's a long way to the temple." What he can do is take it to a priest, and the priest can tell him, "Oh, this is worth so much," and um, instead of bringing that exact animal, he can take its value instead.
Do you think you could kill one of those animals, Jacob?
What do you mean?
If you had to do the sacrifice or whatever. Well, I guess the priest kills it, right? I just think that would be hard.
So
Because you have to do it a certain way, right? You have to
So-
slit its throat or something?
yeah, one of the things that they used to do was so for the birds, the priest would sharpen their fingernail, and they would use it to basically like behead the doves and stuff.
With fingernail?
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, but that is really badass. That's so
So,
intense.
so
What?
I had a friend who he was a Cohen, so he was from a priestly family, and he actually grew his fingernail to a point and sharpened it, and he was like, "When Mashiach comes, I'm ready. I'll be like the only person who has his fingernail ready, so I'll get to be the one who does the first sacrifices." I was like,
That is so intense.
I like the way you're thinking. I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, like Jonathan said, that's so metal. That is so. God. I've never even heard of that before. That is crazy.
I am
Yeah,
not finding a where exactly he talks about this, but go ahead. Yes.
Well, I was gonna say when I first got chickens, we had one that was had a broken leg, and I had never had chickens before, so my neighbor was like telling me, basically trying to help me deal with them and stuff, and he was like, "You're gonna have to kill that one because it won't be able to roost, and if it can't roost, something's gonna get it. So you just want to put it out of its misery." Which I don't know if that's true. I think I could have it would have been fun, like hindsight now. But he told me he was like, so when you go to kill it, you need to do it like a chicken farmer would. So you need to grab its head and just rip its body and break its neck. And so I did it, and it was awful. And I remember thinking, I hope I never have to do anything like that again. I just didn't enjoy that. I know some people, you probably get more used to it the more you did stuff like that too. But I was like, yeah, it seems like it's not for me. But I think there's something to it though that like, if you just take it out and shoot it, there's a lot of separation between you and the animal, so you don't necessarily feel as bad. And doing it with your hand, with your fingernail, it's like, that's intense. I don't like it. And maybe I think that's some of the point though. I don't know that you're supposed to like it. Kind of feel like a monster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm being really bad at being able to find any. Yeah, I went through like the entire 10 chapters and I couldn't find what she was asking about. So, sorry.
Well, killing animals with your fingernails.
And Shadow's asleep.
Peace in this
Nice.
valley of the shadow of death.
Yes, she is. And there's one ear sticking out.
Just in case.
Yes.
Mitch told me today that he's been reading his Bible to Chloe, his daughter, and he said they just finished up Ruth today. I like that book.
Reading the Bible to his daughter? How dare he?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
His daughter's like what, 6 months old, 4 months old?
So
Yeah,
Do-
maybe.
I think it's
totally
incredibly cute. I actually think it's incredibly cute.
it is incredibly cute, but do you know they understand you at that age?
To some extent. I mean, that's how they're learning. They're going to learn language. So yeah.
They understand their mothers. They don't understand Mitch. It's just the dad. I'm
You
just
don't
kidding.
Yeah.
know that.
I'm
You
I'm
don't
joking. I'm totally.
Josh was the younger of my kids. And so, yeah, Jacob was 2 when he was born. And so I was signing with Jacob already. And when you're signing, like I'd watch Joshua. Some of the deaf moms at the preschool told me that kids can start signing at 6 months old. And so I'm signing, and I'm signing like baby signs food instead of like the whole, food and stuff. And I'd watch him, and at 2 months old, every time I'd sign food, his little fingers would go like this. And at 6 months old, that was his first sign, food.
Oh yeah, baby sign language is totally a thing.
Yeah.
Like all of my friends taught their little kids baby sign language,
Yeah.
and it apparently helps a lot because it's easier for the kid to communicate, and they don't feel so frustrated.
That's
So-
because it's your mouth muscles develop so much later than your hand muscles. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And he wasn't even a year old yet. In one of the parent meetings we went to, a deaf father asks, he says, "Oh, is his dad deaf?" And I went, "No." He's just been signed with a lot.
Nope.
Cool.
No, baby sign language is like a total fad here in California. Like all the babies know sign language.
Good thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I think
my
baby sign language isn't exactly ASL.
No, it's kind of made up for hearing people to use with their babies, but it has a lot of
Yeah.
the components.
yeah, my nephew, he's when he was really little. I mean, well, he still doesn't. He says a few words now, but he mostly will do stuff like that. But they taught him. I think it was done or something like that.
Finished.
And so he was using that all the time. Like they put him in his high chair, and immediately he'd be like,
We're done. We're done. Yeah.
yeah, I'm done with this.
It's like no high chair. We're done.
yeah.
Yeah.
Soon as
But
he
how's he gonna eat if he's not?
On the run.
Kids don't care about that.
Nope.
For the longest time.
Child hunger is not a thing. They don't get hungry. They forget to eat all the time.
For the longest time, I wouldn't tell this story because my nephew Evan, he's my second nephew. He was very sensitive about his weight. But I just remember, like, the oldest one, Ben. It was impossible to get him to eat. Like, my dad was constantly running around trying to get him to eat. And I am muting Trey because his mic is really loud. And I remember Evan, like, he was always a hungry kid, constantly hungry. And he hadn't even learned to walk yet. And Ben was running around playing, and my dad was running behind Ben trying to get him to eat like something. And Evan couldn't even walk yet, but he was trying to like follow along behind my dad and going,
Yep.
like he couldn't even speak. He's like, Hey, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Give me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was kind of awkward when, for a little bit, Evan was, even though Evan's 3 years younger than Ben, everybody thought Evan was the older child because Evan's a really big kid. I mean, he played football and stuff. Yeah.
That's right. You got to feed that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
My phone died earlier, but you can tell it's left to right because the spacing on the left is uniform.
Oh, the thing?
Yeah.
Well, I
You see?
wondered that because I was going to ask if they were the same style font, like, or whether they'd switched halfway because of the spacing. Yeah.
You can tell it's left. No, it seems to me. No, actually, it's he ran out of space. Like the word on the right, like he started, and then as he got to the left side, it seems he ran out of space and started, squeezing. Yeah, especially that
No,
word on the
'cause-
left.
That happens to me sometimes too.
Okay, so the word on the right is 4 letters. The word on the left is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters. Yeah, and like the one on the right is larger than the one on the left.
But you see the spacing on the end, right?
Yeah, he totally wrote this from right to left. The Hebrew was definitely written from right to left.
Are they handwriting, or they don't look like handwriting exactly, but they don't look like the block either?
Oh no! He was definitely trying to do the block. You can't do you can't. There's no vocalization on handwriting.
Right.
You
I
can't
haven't read that.
vocalize. You can't vocalize handwritten Hebrew. Well, not easily. Yeah. Oh no! This is the Hebrew. The first line, the Hebrew line, is a total train wreck. It's a complete train wreck.
Yep.
Yeah. As it should be. That's why this is one of my favorites. Yeah. So what were we talking about?
Pascal Lamb, and prior to that, what were you talking about?
Oh, the documentary hypothesis.
Yeah.
Which
Second question. There's no evidence Moses existed. How do we know he wrote the Tanakh?
who else do you think wrote the Tanakh?
A set of.
First of all, he didn't write the entire Tanakh. He only wrote the Torah. And
What?
maybe Job.
I thought he wrote all of it. Even
The
the part
entire
Andrew mentioned
Tanakh?
earlier. Even the part where he
No,
wrote about
definitely not.
him dying and everything.
Yep.
He wrote about his own
yeah,
death.
the Torah. That's the
Exactly.
5 books of Moses.
Oh, with the Torah. Okay, yeah.
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 So
He wrote that.
We talked about this before, didn't we?
I think so.
Well,
Yeah.
Jacob's talked about it before.
So
The
the
greatest
Talmud discusses whether or not he wrote the last few lines. And so it's perfectly acceptable in Judaism to believe that Joshua wrote the last few lines of the 5 books of Moses. As far as the Torah itself, yes, we do believe that Moses wrote the 5 books of Moses.
Are there some Orthodox who don't believe that?
I hope not.
I listened to an Orthodox person who said that it's fine that Moses didn't exist.
Well,
Didn't
that
exist.
Moses
What?
didn't exist. Okay. Ultimately, like, we're just
Trey, you're such a
not
materialist.
we're just not that hardcore on beliefs in Orthodox Judaism. We just aren't.
Okay.
Like,
So you can
it's-
say Moses didn't write the 5 books. and still be fine.
mm,
He
You
didn't
can-
exist. He can't write the books. That's like
Okay, does this translate into, unlike Christianity, the theologians still remember to breathe while they talk about it?
This is the thing. It's like, Trey, you're just so stuck in modernity.
Mhm.
sorry, I
Ouch.
listen to what people smarter
Yeah.
than me think. You know,
There's no such thing as pseudo Dionysus.
There
pseudo
isn't?
nuts.
Pseudo Dionysius, you know?
Yeah, you didn't hear what I said.
Dionysus?
Pseudo died these nuts.
Why is there no such thing as pseudo Dionysus? I don't get it.
It's just Dionysus, you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. I think I understand what you mean. But ultimately, like, it makes zero sense to believe that Moses did not exist and that they came up with somebody who had a whatchamacallit, who had an accurate Egyptian name for the time,
Wait,
that the people didn't know what it meant in Egyptian. Moses' name is not a Hebrew name. Moshe is not a Hebrew name. It's an Egyptian name from the correct time period. And the Bible, when it talks about it, doesn't acknowledge that. Like, it kind of does acknowledge, but it also gives a Hebrew etymology for the name.
Okay, so weird question. When he's buried, does he have a Jewish name?
So we actually
Or is
have
that a new thing?
We have names, Jewish names for Moses. They're not Moses.
Okay.
We do have Jewish names for Moses. It's not Moshe. Moshe is not a Jewish name. I mean, it's not a Hebrew name. It is a Jewish name, but it's not a Hebrew name.
Wait. Somebody doing the taxi show calling for
No, he's. Oops.
He's sending a fax.
I hit the wrong button. Call again. Sorry. This is what I get
So
for
I-
talk to Sandy while I'm trying to answer the phone.
I have
Well, your fault, Sandy.
Of course.
I think I have a question. I'm not
For
quite
many
sure.
things in my short life, you wouldn't believe how many disasters that have happened I have contributed
Hi,
to.
Rabbi. So I have a question.
We have a
and I-
rabbi. He can tell us if you're still an Orthodox Jew, if you believe Moses never existed.
So I think I've asked this before, but I know I've asked this to Yosef before because for some reason, I had in my head the association of Moses with blood and Elijah with water, and he said that Moses is normally associated with water. But is there an association with, I guess, Moses with earth, Elijah with heaven? Would that be a better way of looking at it, or something? Because I think the reason I did that was because Elijah commands it not to rain, so there's no water coming down from heaven. And then he's up into heaven, like into the waters above. And Moses and then he like kind of just disappears. No one knows where his body is. They couldn't find it. And he kind of is like a symbol of the prophets. You have the law and the prophets, and Moses is the law. But Moses' body was never found there, but it was buried in the earth. He's taken up the headset. He doesn't even want to bother with this question.
He's letting Trey in.
I'm letting Trey
I'm
in.
just kidding.
The door open?
Hey, Sherry. Sherry says hi.
Hey, Sherry. Did you just put
I used to
StreamYard in
be
3 times?
Rabbi says
I used to
nope
be,
to the question of someone Orthodox if they don't believe Moses existed.
Yeah, I used to be horrible at grammar, but then watched a couple Padro videos and realized that Santa Claus exists.
Here's some sushi.
He does. So does the tooth fairy. Right? Obviously, the tooth fairy exists.
I don't know how that goes down on the Jewish stream, but technically Santa Claus is Sinterklaas from St. Nicholas.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that necklace.
Whoa.
Is that the Star of
Jacob looks
David?
different.
But where?
Jacob looks different.
I know.
I'm saying nope to the question of someone Orthodox they don't believe Moses existed. Someone put in the Discord some of Jewish philosopher that was arguing that. Let me find him.
Everyone's a philosopher these days.
So, Rabbi, quick question: are you saying that like you would not say them as Orthodox, but it doesn't mean they can't keep showing up, right? I don't think that's a thing, but I'm just wondering.
Doesn't that just go to the you're still Jewish if you're Jewish? But
I mean, I think you would probably be Reformed at that point, right?
mhm.
Or conservative.
Don't say that to her. That's how it works.
Let me find it. Jewish philosopher. What's the name of the Oh yeah, Jewish philosopher Pascal's wager modern day debate. I'm looking him up. Do you think Santa Claus exists? All right. Soteriology. Andrew, what's your odds? What's your odds on Andrew Tate making it in?
I'm not going to say.
Oh, okay. So you're
That's my
universal.
soteriology. That's my soteriology. I'm not going to say.
I swear I did do it another time.
Where's the Hebrew guy? He's around.
Which Hebrew guy?
Abraham.
Abraham was a Hebrew guy.
Oh my goodness.
Because he lived in Hebron. Oh, have you thought any more about Rachel sitting on her ass? I brought that up.
On the Trophim.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a controversial. Controversial. It's like it's one of those parts of the Bible that like many different Mefarshim commentators have different commentaries on. I mean, we can look it up.
Oh gosh.
What am I trying to find?
Freaking duck. Somebody linked it in the YouTube. I think it was
Joseph
Scroll,
I think it was Joseph.
scroll
Yeah.
up. Oh, maybe they can't scroll up.
is modern Orthodox and the heretical things.
Oh, sorry.
I'm joking.
Okay, I'm going to find it, but we can have a side conversation while we're waiting.
Let's see, what did Rabbi Mallet say? Just as a person may have Orthodox Jewish beliefs and not be Jewish.
I think Sandy's right. Person might have.
Hmm.
Let me find it. It was in links.
Kirk wants into the stream.
Oh wait, he says
Do we have?
Yeah.
unrelated. He said Hebron is not related to Hebrew, but I thought it said they called him a Hebrew because he by the terebinth tree of Mamre or something like that, which I thought was in Hebron.
Oh gosh.
I could be
Yeah.
wrong. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh no.
What?
Let's see.
Yeah, he's a
It's
rabbi.
What the?
Rabbi, it is Genesis chapter 14, verse 13. Abraham the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, which I thought were in Hebron. I don't know.
Oh, share this tab instead. Okay. This one. All right. This is Samuel Levins, and I believe. Let me find it.
I mean, I have zero clue where this guy. I mean, he's from Pardes Institute.
Jewish.
He went to Yeshivat HaKotel, Yeshivat HaMiftar, Yeshivat HaEtzion, and received his ordination from Rabbi Zalman Nechemia Goldberg. I don't know if Rabbi Goldberg knew that he believed such things.
Well,
I don't know.
let me find the actual quote because I remember him saying it.
Is Rabbi Goldberg a modern Orthodox or already?
He was widely accepted. He was one of the most widely he ordained thousands of people. So Rabbi Goldberg was definitely somebody who was widely respected.
I see, including a lot of people in the what do you call knitted kippah religious Zionist modern Orthodox camp.
Yes.
But even they believe that in Moses.
Right. I mean, obviously, I don't even know if this guy is saying
I'm gonna find it.
that he himself does not believe. He may be saying that even if somebody doesn't believe, that's not the hugest problem in the world.
Well, how can you believe that the giver of the Torah? How can you believe the Torah is divine but not believe in the giver of the Torah?
I don't know who this guy is. I
How are
don't know what he
these?
said. I don't know what.
I'm finding it.
I don't know.
I'm finding it. Finding it. Oh, here we go. No. Gosh.
Why don't you just search the transcript?
Oh, how do I do that? Transcript.
And then just search.
Control F.
Control F. Yeah.
Oh, just like that.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
Click on it, and it'll take you to that timestamp.
Jacob.
Turn the sound back on.
Sorry.
Interesting.
Kirk has a question.
I want to know. So there's a conservative rabbi named Rabbi David Wolpe, and he's
Shut up. Sorry. We're watching this. Now I have to watch it again.
Oh, wow.
So I'm still looking at Jason's question on the word Hebrew.
Wait. I'm gonna find it. It does say the same about Moses.
Britannica thinks it comes from Heber.
He also says, "What? I don't think it matters that the 5 books of Moses." I don't know. Is that okay? I have to stop sharing. I guess that's true. That-
You're taking what he said way farther than he does.
He just says that it wasn't history, I guess, with Abraham and everything like that.
Yeah, he's saying don't stop being as modernist as you are. Where's your wrong?
I guess you're right.
Where's your wrong?
Oh, it wasn't E.
What? You're not.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Why did I boil water?
But you're wrong.
Sushi. Okay.
Can I make the ramen? Anywho.
Okay, what were we talking about?
Whether that guy's an actual Orthodox Jew. I guess you could say.
He didn't say anything even close to what you were saying.
Wait, the question was, do you think Abraham existed?
Okay, that is completely different from Moses.
Okay.
First and foremost. Second, his answer was stop being such a modernist, and that's a perfectly fine answer as far as I'm concerned for an Orthodox rabbi to give.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question related to that?
Sure.
So there's a conservative rabbi named Rabbi David Wolpe, and I believe he said he does not believe that Passover, as described in the Bible,
Okay,
actually.
David Wolpe is a horrible human being. He's not a rabbi. He is a horrible human being, and I was very, very happy when they announced that he was leaving Sinai Temple, but apparently he's still there, and
We should go.
no thank you.
Well, he's definitely heretical to Orthodox beliefs, but would the
He's
belief that
heretical to conservative beliefs.
Is he?
Yes.
Give it 5 years.
Well, yeah, because conservative, I mean, actually, it's funny. So Phlebas showed me a screenshot he had made of the Matt Baker from Useful Charts.
Yeah.
He replied to somebody, conservative isn't actually conservative. They're just conservative in relation to reform.
So, did you see that he said that he got ordained by an Orthodox?
He didn't get.
Sorry, not ordained.
He had a hatafa, and he was allowed to use the mikveh at an Orthodox synagogue. I don't know what all that means, Rabbi Mullet.
No, because Jason was asking about whether,
This one?
because it sounds the same in English. That's what I.
Why is Abraham's existence different from Moses' existence? Because Moses is referred to in the 13 Articles of Faith, whereas Abraham is not. And I think that there is a categorical problem with somebody. There's a categorical problem with somebody making a statement that is so anti-13 Principles of Faith as yes, I know what I'm saying. Yes, I still think there is a difference when it comes to the 13 Articles of Faith, when if you say that Moses didn't exist as opposed to saying that Abraham didn't exist, even though obviously I personally believe Abraham existed, I don't think halachically you can equate the two. There must be a halachic differentiation between the two because we're talking about the 13 Articles of Faith. Back to the hatafa. So I know that some Orthodox, yes.
This is great. This is the most Jewish conversation we've had.
So regarding the Hatafa of Matt Baker, so I know that there are Orthodox synagogues that when someone who seems rather serious about their conversion, even though it may not be completely Giur Kahalacha, especially if he is already married to a Jewish woman, they will be lenient in doing the hatafa and allowing use of their mikvah for all the various reasons that hopefully, even though they are not the ones who are doing the giur, that at least there should be some halachic validity to the giur for the sake of the wife and the children, and ultimately it's up to God. And they were not, even if they are not the Beit Din, they are not the ones who are accepting the giur. I don't know if I want to translate that any further than I do, but so just to explain what happened with Matt Baker, I can understand that an Orthodox mohel and an Orthodox synagogue may in fact do the hatafa and allow use of their mikvah in such a situation, even if it is not a halachic conversion. And so when he explained further, I understood. Now, you want to put up Rabbi Mollett's thing?
We're going in.
The 13 principles include the belief that the Torah is true. Correct. The Torah says Abraham existed. This is so I mean,
Did Job exist?
if exactly. So the Talmud has a question about if you deny that, you are denying the 13 principles of faith. I am not sure that we can say that a person who has some sort of a person who doesn't know that Abraham existed, right? Is there a chisaron in the faith of that person to the extent that we would say such a person is halachically in a different category than somebody who believes in the 13 principles of faith? Again, I think this is somewhere where when you are looking at the halachic ramifications of whether someone is a kofer in the Torah, right? I think there is a halachic difference that you have to make when you're talking about Ma'amin Ba'Hashem Moshe Avdo, someone who believes in God and God's servant Moses, that if someone thinks that a particular fact or a particular explanation or a particular narrative in the Bible might not be literal, can we say that that person is kofer in the Torah? I think you cannot equate the two halachically. I think there is a difference between anyone else in the Torah itself and any other narrative in the Torah, and saying that Moses himself did not exist.
I see. Yeah.
Question I'm reading in Chabad about the Abraham question, and they're talking about oops, where is it? Just at the end of a section on obligation, they're talking about what's so special about the covenant at Mount Sinai that only then did we become the Jewish people, something not yet achieved in Abraham's time? Wasn't Abraham himself chosen by God? Didn't Abraham himself learn the Torah, keep its commandments, and make a covenant with God? So what is the difference? And then they go into chosenness. To get to the bottom of this, we have to ask more fundamental questions, not about Jewishness, but about chosenness. What is choosing all about? And they go through some descriptions and they about how you choose clothes and other things. So they said it is only when we're faced with two seemingly identical objects and we nevertheless choose one over the other, we can say that we have truly chosen. So back to Abraham. Already at age 3, Abraham began his lifelong quest for the one true God. Once he recognized the one true God, he devoted the rest of his life to spreading this truth to a completely pagan world. Abraham's lonely task often called on him to use all his energies, often going beyond the point of self-sacrifice. Nevertheless, he never shied away from it and always persevered. So then they talk about, in light of this, that's why God made that promise to Abraham, saying that it was through him and his seed that
Okay, Sandy, I don't understand what that has to do with what we're talking about.
it had I'm thinking about what you're talking about with Rabbi Mullet. So they get to this saying that it's not until Mount Sinai that God actually chose the nation. Is that the case? Is that why there's a difference between talking about you saying
No. Okay. So so that's a whole other thing.
Okay.
And yeah, so again, okay. Sherry says, now you sound modern, Jacob. I am trying to navigate very steep waters on both sides. There is a problem with an overly literal explanation of Genesis. So Rabbi Mullet says, yes, Adam and Eve existed. Yes, Cain and Abel existed. That is not negotiable. Yeah, I mean, yes, obviously, the fact that Adam and Eve existed is not negotiable. Whether that's in the literalist way that fundamentalists view the existence of Adam and Eve, I don't think, in a modernist context, I don't think is the same. So let me explain what I mean by that. We believe, for example, and this is standard Orthodox, yes, I understand that. But again, so standard Orthodox belief is you had Adam Kadmon, and yes, I understand that. But you had Adam Kadmon. Adam Kadmon was not, and it is Pashat Kafira, it is completely heretical in Judaism to believe that Adam Kadmon was a physical being. Right. Yes, they are literally the progenitors of all human beings. I'm not in any way controverting that. But the example I give is the proverbial GoPro on Adam Kadmon is not a Kabbalistic concept, Rabbi. Adam Kadmon is Genesis 1. Like, now you're skating on thin ice, Rabbi. Like, the Kabbalistic concepts are not things which are divorced from the Torah itself. When the Torah says that God created Oto B'Tselem Elokim, right? When it says God created Oto B'Tselem Elokim, that is Adam Kadmo. That is something that the Torah teaches was created, and the Kabbalists further explain what that is. But Pasha Torah, right, is that God created Oto. I mean, here, I'll pull up Genesis. Okay. Genesis 1. 27. Where were we? V'yivra Elokim et ha'adam betzalmo betzelem Elokim bara oto zachar unekeva bara otam. Betzelem Elokim bara oto. The one thing that was created by God. The fact that there are Kabbalistic concepts about it does not change the fact that Adam was a literal human being. I didn't say that. Again. Oh. Okay. So, obviously, let's go back to the GoPro, right? So let's say that it were somehow possible to put a GoPro on Moses's forehead for the entirety of his life. Okay? From the minute he was born until the very last minute, there was a GoPro on his forehead that recorded his entire life. What we do not believe, what we manifestly do not believe, is that record would be a more accurate record of what happened in Moses' life than what is stated in the Torah. And I think that bears repeating, right? So we have two different explanations of the Ten Commandments. I know I lost you. That was the point. We have two different explanations of the Sandy, I'm going to mute you because you're echoing. You can unmute yourself when you need to. So we have the two versions of the Aseret Dibrot, of the Ten Commandments in the Torah, right? Okay, Rabbi Mullet is going to go daven.
What's daven?
Daven means pray.
Because he's angry?
No, because he has to say his evening prayers.
Oh.
Before midnight. Yeah. And it's probably getting close to midnight where he is. So he has to go say his evening prayers. He's in Texas. So to explain what I was trying to say. So we have two versions of the Ten Commandments in the Torah. Why? Because Shamor v'Zachor b'diburecha. Because it was such a miraculous experience that the people saw the voices. Ra'u et hakolot. It says that the people saw the voices, and it was an experience that was completely. It was an experience that was completely outside of how human beings can understand things. Similarly, we believe that when there was the flood, and this is not something I am coming up with, but we believe that when there was the flood, Yardach Lusha La'aretz, that there was a measure of weakness that came down onto the land that fundamentally changed the laws of physics in a very real way. So I have been trying very, very hard to push back against what seems to be a literalist interpretation of the Torah, which goes too far in its literalism, because I think it is in reaction to the people like David Wolpe, who try to explain away the truth of the Torah. The truth of the Torah is important. The facts in the Torah is important. The fact that the Torah says, for example, that there were, and the Rebbe was very, very insistent on this. He was very against the people who would say that the 7 days of creation were not 7 24-hour days. Why? Because he said if it was like years, then the fact that we keep the Sabbath every seventh day would in no way be analogous to creation, and therefore we would no longer be celebrating and commemorating the creation through the Sabbath. So I am very adamant that the world was created 5,783 years and 10 months ago. Right?
Except that was created in the Middle Ages, right?
Mm,
The
my
records.
no
Or yesterday. Or yesterday.
or yes no but he means the date Anno Mundi.
Yeah.
Ultimately it comes from Maimonides,
Okay.
and Maimonides was almost 1,000 years ago, but my parents ketubah says, my parents' wedding document, and this is a halachic document, says that it's dated according to Anno Mundi, according to Briat HaOlam, according to the creation of the world. And so it is a halachic reality that Anno Mundi is Anno Mundi.
That only just 1,000 years ago.
No, that was settled 1,000 years ago.
Oh, settled. Okay. Totally different.
Yes, it is totally different.
Yeah, of course.
This is
It
the
is
thing.
Trey.
Like, what?
It is Trey. I'm backing up here.
Yeah, it is. Look, I mean, I will try to explain these halachic concepts. Sherry, my reality is a halachic reality. My reality, my beliefs in the world start from halacha. Again, we did the Halachic Man book club, and I highly recommend Halachic Man to everyone. And I think that Rabbi Soloveitchik and the Rebbe both were explaining the fundamentals of how we relate to this modernist. Give me a second, Kirk. This modernist concept of truth and fact, and they were threading a very tight needle, and it's important to actually engage with philosophical rigor how halacha interplays with phenomenology and understanding and epistemology. And that's why Rav Soloveitchik was not wasting his time writing Halachic Man. And unfortunately, I think way too many people in what's called ultra-Orthodoxy are dismissive of the Rav and the importance of halachic man. And I think the letters of the Rebbe, which were expounding upon and explaining the interrelationship between Torah and halacha, are incredibly important and unfortunately not properly discussed and understood. And I have to say, ultimately, as much as I love Rabbi Mullet, I think he has at times been caught up in what a lot of ultra-Orthodox Judaism has been caught up in, which is in reaction to the rationalists and in reaction to the heretics, a overly literalizing the Torah beyond what I would say even acceptable within Jewish Orthodoxy. And there's a reason why I have to thread this needle. It's not because I'm trying to appease the people who are who believe that the world was created 14 billion years ago. Ultimately, if you believe the world was created 14 billion years ago, gesundheit hate, God should give you all the blessings that he wants to give you. But that's not what I believe. That's not how I understand the world, and I understand reality.
Right.
I'm not trying to appease anyone when I say that when you look at Genesis 1, if you take the hyper-literalist understanding, thank you, Donnie. I'm very glad to hear that. Does the book deal with phenomenology specifically? Can you provide the reference in chat or the text at leisure? Honestly, CW, I have to say, specifically for you, CW, your lack of studying Jewish philosophical texts, including Halachic Man, which is a very short read, I think is something you're going to personally be, once you do read, for example, Halachic Man, or Duties of the Heart, I think you're going to regret how long it took you to read Halachic Man and Duties of the Heart. Specifically, note 4 in Halachic Man, I have a bunch of times brought up, and CW, we had a whole book club where we read Halachic Man, and Sandy can attest to how great it was. And frankly, I think CW, you would love it beyond anyone else. But with all that given, there is truth and reality in a modernist way that underlies the Torah. It does. And it's important to realize. And I do believe that Abraham was an actual person who had a son, who had several sons, one of whom was Isaac and another one who was Ishmael, who had another son, and Isaac had two sons, Esav and Jacob, and Jacob had 12 sons and a daughter. I believe all of those things. And I do believe that, in fact, we were, when Jacob introduced himself to me in Ticino, he said, "Hi, I'm Jacob, read note 4 in Halachic Man." That may, in fact, have been what I said to him. In fact, why don't I pull up
Halachic Man.
note 4? Halachic man.
So, when was this written?
This was written 1948.
So, we're trusting Maimonides to basically make the 5,000 year sort of thing.
No, we are trusting the. I trust the Jewish community as the community that God entrusted with the Torah
Mhm.
to maintain the truth of Torah throughout the generations and to be a guiding light in the world as to what the Torah teaches.
Mhm.
And one of the things that the Jewish world has emphatically taught for a good almost 1,000 years is that this is the dating of creation.
Okay.
Okay.
So you couldn't really make an argument against like anything that came 1,000 years in Christianity. Like you couldn't make any arguments against the Trinity, pretty much.
What are you talking about?
So
It's later development, right? Like you can't.
Hold
say
on,
that.
no. You're completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. You're completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. The Torah has. I don't even understand how you make a connection between the
It's kind of
two.
dumb. Basically, what I'm saying is like, why would you say something that's like at least like 2,000 years after Genesis was written, right? You're then saying that is legitimate.
There are legitimate teachings. The 13 principles of faith were formulated by Maimonides. Okay, I do want to read.
Corey, well, or did you find it already?
I have it in front of me. It's right here. And I'm reading this specifically for CW because it's going to take CW forever to find this, despite the fact that it's the entirety of the PDF is available for free.
It is?
And he could read it on archive.org.
No way.
And he could read it tonight before he goes to sleep. And he would become a much better man for it.
Much better man?
Yeah. Okay. Even though Kierkegaard disagreed with Hegel's philosophy from beginning to end, did you hear me, CW? Even though Kierkegaard, disagreed with Hegel's philosophy from beginning to end, and made it the object of his fierce, stinging attacks, he nevertheless accepted from him the dialectical principle, with many significant changes, to be sure. And this concept of the dialectic, which he and Karl Barth introduced into the analysis of the unfolding of the religious consciousness, and this view concerning the antinomic structure of religious experience, which was revised and refined by Rudolf Otto in his book, The Idea of the Holy, give the lie to the position that is prevalent nowadays in religious circles, whether in Protestant groups or in American Reform and Conservative Judaism, that the religious experience is of a very simple nature. That is, devoid of the spiritual tortuousness present in the secular cultural consciousness, of psychic upheavals, and of the pangs and torments that are inextricably connected with the development and refinement of man's spiritual personality. This popular ideology contends that the religious experience is tranquil and neatly ordered, tender and delicate. It is an enchanted stream for embittered souls, and still waters for troubled spirits. The person who comes in from the field weary, Genesis 25:29, from the battlefield and the campaigns of life, from the secular domain, which is filled with doubts and fears, contradictions and refutations, clings to religion as does a baby to its mother, and finds in her lap a shelter for his head, the nest of his forsaken prayers. H.N. Bialik, Haknisi Tachat Kenafech. And there is comforted for his disappointments and tribulations. This ideology is partially embedded in the most ancient strata of Christianity, partially rooted in modern pragmatic philosophy, but mainly it stems from practical utilitarian considerations. The advocates of religion wish to exploit the rebellious impulse against knowledge, which surges from time to time in the soul of the man of culture, the yearning to be freed from the bonds of culture, the daughter of knowledge, which weighs heavy on man with its questions, doubts, and problems, and the desire to escape from the turbulence of life to a magical, still, and quiet island, and there to devote oneself to the ideal of naturalness and vitality. The Rousseauian ideology left its stamp on the entire Romantic movement, from the beginning of its growth until its final, tragic manifestations in the consciousness of contemporary man. Therefore, the representatives of religious communities are inclined to portray religion in a wealth of colors that dazzle the eye, as a poetic Arcadia, a realm of simplicity, wholeness, and tranquility. Most of the sermons of revivalists are divided in equal measure between depicting the terrors of hellfire and describing the utopian tranquility that religion can bestow upon man. And that which appears in the sermons of these preachers is in a primitive, garbled form, at time interwoven with a childish naivete and superficial belief, is refined and purified in the furnace of popular philosophy and theology, and becomes transformed into a universal religious ideology which proclaims, if you wish to acquire tranquility without paying the price of spiritual agonies, turn on to religion. If you wish to achieve a fine psychic equilibrium without having to first undergo a slow, gradual personal development, turn on to religion. And if you wish to achieve an instant spiritual wholeness and simplicity that need not to be forged out of the struggles and torments of consciousness, turn on to religion. And I have to say, he is now quoting from Genesis in a way that is absolutely, obviously cynical and sarcastic. Well, not cynical, but sarcastic reading of Genesis, which is in no way consonant with Jewish understanding of this verse. Get thee out of thy country, lech lecha mi'artzecha, which is filled with anxiety, anguish, and tension, and from thy birthplace, mimoladetecha, which is so frenzied, raging, and stormy, la'aretz asher areka, to the land which that is enveloped in this by the stillness of peace and tranquility, to the Arcadia within religion's wherein religion reigns supreme. And I have to say again, that reading of this verse is completely anti-Jewish. The leap from the secular world to the religious world could not be simpler and easier. There's no need for a process of transition with all its torments and upheavals. A person can acquire spiritual tranquility in a single moment. Typical of this attitude is the Christian Science movement. It would appear to me that there is no need to explain the self-evident falsity of this ideology. First, the entire Romantic aspiration to escape from the domain of knowledge, the rebellion against the authority of objective scientific cognition, which has found its expression in the biologistic philosophies of Bergson, Nietzsche, Spengler, Clegg's, and their followers, and in the phenomenological, existential, and anti-scientific school of Heidegger and his coterie, and from the midst of which there arose in various forms the sanctification of vitality and intuition, the veneration of instincts, the desire for power, the glorification of the emotional affective life, and the flowing, surging stream of subjectivity, the lavishing of extravagant praise on the Faustian type, and the Dionysian personality, etc., have brought complete chaos and human depravity to the world. And let the events of the present era be proof. The individual who frees himself from the rational principle and who casts off the yoke of objective thought will in the end turn destructive and lay waste the entire created order. Therefore, it is preferable that religion should ally itself with the forces of clear logical cognition as uniquely exemplified in the scientific method, even though at times the two might clash with one another, rather than pledge its troth to be beclouded mysterious ideologies that grope in the dark corners of existence unaided by the shining light of objective knowledge and believe that they have penetrated to the secret core of the world. And second, this ideology is intrinsically false and deceptive. That religious consciousness in man's experience, which is most profound and most elevated, which penetrates to the very depths and ascends to the very heights, is not that simple and comfortable. On the contrary, it is exceptionally complex, rigorous, and tortuous. Where you find its complexity, there you find its greatness. The religious experience from beginning to end is antinomic and antithetic. The consciousness of homo religiosus flings bitter accusations against itself and immediately is filled with regret, judges its desires and yearnings with excessive severity, and at the same time steeps itself in them, casts derogatory aspersions on its own attributes, flails away at them, but also subjugates itself to them. It is in a condition of spiritual crisis, of psychic ascent and descent, of contradiction arising from affirmation and negation, self-abnegation and self-appreciation. The ideas of temporality and eternity, knowledge and choice, necessity and freedom, love and fear, the yearning for God and the flight from his glorious splendor, incredible, overbold daring, and an extreme sense of humility, transcendence in God's closeness, the profane and the holy, etc., struggle within his religious consciousness, wrestle and grapple with each other. This one ascends and this descends, this falls and this rises. Religion is not at the outset a refuge of grace and mercy for the despondent and desperate, an enchanted stream for crushed spirits, but a raging, clamorous torrent of man's consciousness with all its crises, pangs, and torments. Yes, it is true that during the third Sabbath meal at dusk, as the day of rest declines and man's soul yearns for its creator and is afraid to depart from the realm of holiness, whose name is Sabbath, into the dark and frightening secular workaday week, we sing the psalm, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in the green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters." Psalm 23, etc. And we believe with our entire hearts in the words of the psalmist. However, the psalm only describes the ultimate destination of homo religiosus, not the path leading to that destination. For the path that eventually will lead to the green pastures and to the still waters is not the royal road, but a narrow, twisting footway that threads its course along the steep mountain slope, as the terrible abyss yawns at the traveler's feet. Many see the Lord passing by, and the great and strong wind rending mountains and shattering rocks, and after the wind an earthquake, and after the earthquake a fire. But only a few prove worthy of hearing the still small voice. 1 Kings 19, 11 through 12. Out of the straits have I called, O Lord, Psalm 118:5. Out of the depths I have called unto thee, O Lord, Psalm 131. Out of the straits of inner opposition and incongruities, spiritual doubts and uncertainties, out of the depths of the psyche rent with antinomies and contradictions, out of the bottomless pit of a soul that struggles with its own torments, I have called unto thee, O Lord. And when the Torah testifies that Israel in the end would repent out of anguish and agony, cf. Maimonides' Laws of Repentance 7:5, in your distress when all these things are come upon you, and you will return unto the Lord your God, Deuteronomy 4:30, it had in mind not only physical pain, but also spiritual suffering. The pangs of the searching and groping, the tortures of spiritual crises and exhausting treks of the soul purify and sanctify man, cleanse his thoughts and purge them of the husks of superficiality and the dross of vulgarity. Out of these torments, there emerges a new understanding of the world, a powerful spiritual enthusiasm that shakes the very foundation of man's existence. He arises from the agonies, purged and refined, possessed of a pure heart and new spirit. It is a time of agony unto Jacob, but out of it shall he be saved. Jeremiah 30, verse 7. I.e., from out of the very midst of the agony itself, he will attain eternal salvation and redemption. The spiritual stature and countenance of the man of God are chiseled and formed by the pangs of redemption themselves. one of my favorite pieces of writing.
Based.
Very based. Okay.
I take objective knowledge.
Okay. Okay. Where were we?
We were on one.
CW says ordering super pretentious compy now.
Why do you dress up like that, CW?
Bensi, note 4 from Halach Man, but okay, I have zero clue why this is so funny. Jacob, this relates to our heated conversation we had a few months ago. You are doing a great job right now. Thank you. Catching up. Literalism is not a reaction. This predated Wolpe by a couple millennia. So too regarding the 6 days of creation, you can't be against the view that they were 24-hour days. I am not in any way against the view that they were 24-hour days. The Rebbe was quite clear that they had to be 24-hour days. And I am in no way, at the same time, Rabbi, read the second Rashi on the Torah. Like, it is very, very clear. Rashi spends here. We will go.
Rashi.
Yes. I mean, there's a reason why this is one of the most emphatic and longest Rashis in the entirety of the Torah. And I won't read the entire thing, but he says, "Ve'im bata liporsho kipshuto kach parshehu bereshit b'riyat shamayim v'aretz," and he says at the end of this thing, "Im ken tama al atzmecha shaharei hamayim kadmu." He is saying that the Torah has to be understood like the Ela Kamosha Darshuhu Rabotenu Bishvil HaTorah, right? There is a level of hyper-literalism that is being advanced, I believe, in Orthodox Judaism that is not consonant with the teachings of Rabbi Soloveitchik and the Rebbe, who both explained phenomenology, and I do think it is hyper-literalist. I have to say, Rabbi, I think it is a hyper-literalism that in some ways is itself problematic. You can reinterpret that view to say the 6 days were 24 hours from a certain perspective, but from another perspective may have been experienced. Yes, I understand this. But this was the view of the Rishonim, at least. We cannot be against the Rishonim. We can provoke, right? I am not chas v'shalom in any way. I am saying that when you understand, so another example I like to give is when in the Talmud it talks about the story of the oven of Achnai, right? So it says that the carob tree was flung, I believe, 100 cubits, and there are some who say 400 cubits, right? So if it was important how many exact cubits it was, then obviously the Gemara should say it was 100 cubits or it was 400 cubits. But the fact that it says V'yesh Omri, right? This is an important way, nekuda in understanding the Talmud, is that Yesh Omrim V'yesh Omrim Elu Ve'elu Divrei Elokim Chachim, and a hyper-literalist understanding of these things will get you into trouble. I would also refer you to the last chapter of the Mishnah Torah, chapter 12 of Laws of Kings and Wars, where he says that anyone who overinterprets the prophecies in the Torah is making a very serious mistake. And yes, limits must be set, and obviously I am not in any way against the limits being set. I constantly go over the fact that I believe the world was made 5,783 years and 10 months ago.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just?
Let me just. Yes, how he uses the word antinomy is very specific to halachic man. You have to read the book, CW. All rise for Kaddish. Yes, Kirk, what did you want to say?
I just want to ask. So, not David Wolpe as a personality, but his view that the Exodus that was literally described in the Torah, would that be heretical view to not believe that it actually happened that way?
Okay, so how exactly the Exodus happened is very different from what David Wolpe said from his pulpit, which was he said that the Jews were never in Egypt. And if you believe that no, that is literally what he said. He said the Jews were never in Egypt. And if that's what you believe, then great. Don't call yourself a rabbi. If you don't believe in Judaism, the fundamentals of our history, the fundamentals of our religion, then don't call yourself a rabbi. Simply don't call yourself a rabbi. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. That's what you believe in history. Go become a historian. Go teach history. You're an archaeologist. That is how you determine truth in the world. You are a scientismist. Go ahead and be a scientismist. Don't call yourself a rabbi.
I think he has a more nuanced perspective.
Wolpe is an idiot.
It is well known in fact that millions of Jews have doubts about the literal veracity of Bible stories. My sermons emphasize that faith is independent of doubt. I want the millions of doubting Jews to know that they can still be faithful Jews. The scholarly books are written that question the literal veracity of Bible stories. It does not help our credibility to pretend that they don't exist. By discussing these books, we maintain the Jewish tradition of sustaining faith by seeking truth. Ignoring the books, on the other hand, conveys a message of fear. We are afraid that science will shake our faith. I don't believe it should, and that is why I spoke out.
Okay, this is his response after the entirety of the Jewish world came down on him like a ton of bricks. It was on the front page of the New York Times and the LA Times that he had the chutzpah to say the things he said. And this is his response, where he was, in essence, trying to wheel it back to something which wasn't as objectionable as the idiotic things he said from the pulpit.
I'm going to find the exact quote, but he says, virtually every modern archaeologist who has investigated the story of the Exodus, with very few exceptions, agrees that the way the Bible describes the Exodus is not the way it happened.
That's not what he said from the pulpit. He said that the Jews were never in Egypt.
Can you find that quote? Because I also got wrong on the other guy, and I'm not saying...
Is that the original?
This is the Los Angeles Times from 2001.
I think this might be the original article.
We can look at it together.
Okay, you know what? Let's... Okay, next time.
I'm looking for the quote. Yeah, I don't think he's saying anything controversial.
It was on the front page of the Los Angeles Times and the New York Times when he said it.
Yes.
You don't think he was saying anything controversial?
Do you know what his quote was?
I don't. It was 20 years ago. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Here's the quote. Well, I'll read it in the original article.
Okay.
The truth is that virtually every modern archaeologist who has investigated the story of Exodus, with very few exceptions, agrees that the way the Bible describes the Exodus is not the way it happened, if it happened at all.
If it happened at all.
Right. Which, are you going to say archaeologists don't think that, or are you going to say
there is no? Okay. First of all, no, there are no archaeologists who think it never happened at all.
No. If it happened at all. Like that was
Okay,
his point.
no.
But
That
no,
wasn't his point. Trey, okay. Oh,
Sorry.
we're over.
I have a question, just about the what is being discussed here, because I'm listening to you and I'm reading back and forth what Rabbi Mallet said. So is he saying that it could be that you look at something from more than one perspective? That because it sounds like on the one hand you are saying don't be too literal, and is he saying but don't be not literal? Or what is the actual I'm not seeing the contrast. I would like to know what the actual point of discussion is.
Okay. Anything from Rabbi Soloveitchik. Rabbi Soloveitchik was one of the greatest rabbis who lived in the modern world, and so anything from Rabbi Soloveitchik. Who am I to say anything about anything that Rabbi Soloveitchik said? And so, if you're asking me about things that are derived from Rabbi Soloveitchik, oh, that was you, Jason. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's quite all right, but I'm like, what does that sound? Okay, Rabbi Soloveitchik was a great rabbi. His students were not as great as him. Well, I'll put that aside. To explain, we are not talking about Agadita and ambiguous prophecies. We're talking about clear passages. Rabbi, again, I have to point to the Gemara that talks about Job. It is not as clearly as you're making it. Not everything is infinitely elastic, of course. Ein hamikra yotzei midei pshuto. I constantly talk about this. Ein hamikra yotzei mepshuto. Midei pshuto is 100% incredibly important to draw the boundaries of what is Judaism and what is not Judaism. At the same time, Pashat Pshat, Pshuto Shel Mikra, is not how a 5-year-old understands it when they read it. And that is unfortunately what too many people think Pshuto Shel Mikra is. And for example, the Pshuto Shel Mikra would make someone think that that Chas v'Shalom, the reason that Miriam spoke about Moses was because Moses' wife was a Cushite, was Ethiopian. And I think that you would agree with me that it is not the Jewish way, and that's certainly not how Rashi explains it. And to say that that is the Pashut Pshat of what is going on there. Again, Pashut Pshat does not mean how a 5-year-old would read it. And right, Pshuto Shel Mikra, but Pshuto Shel Mikra is not how a 5-year-old would read it. You argue that with Wolpe for denying the fundamentals of faith, but then you allow the belief that Abraham did not exist. Once again, I am not saying that I believe that Abraham did not exist. I am not even saying that it is. I am saying that I don't believe it's one of the 13 fundamentals of Jewish faith to believe that Abraham existed, because believing that the Torah is true is not equivalent with believing that every fact in the Torah, and there's a halakhic distinction to be made. But to answer Sandy's point about what we're arguing about. Okay. So.
I started it.
No, ultimately, actually, this is a great discussion to be had, and I think it's an important discussion to be had. And frankly, I want to make myself as clear as I can, and hopefully, we're talking about incredibly important things that touch upon the fundamentals of Jewish faith. And to make a misstep in them is to, in fact, make an important mistake within Jewish theology. So, hyperliteralism versus simple literalism versus what the postmodernists say. So I would say that there is a type of understanding of the Bible, which Rabbi Molitz is very justifiably trying to explain is outside of Jewish belief in ways that Job is wisdom literature. It's not the same as a narrative in the Torah that traces a lineage. And again, traces a lineage is a very important part of that. Okay.
I mean,
facts matter. Facts matter. And Rabbi Molitz is making that clear, and he's absolutely right. Facts matter. And the facts from the Bible do matter.
mhm.
At the same time, someone who reads the Bible, right, and understands where is it Exodus 10 where the 10 Commandments appear the first time, and Deuteronomy 5 where they understand this, where they are described the second time. If someone looks at those two renditions and says, because they do not describe the exact same words being said, or if somebody looks at Genesis 1 and looks at Genesis 2 and sees that they are not in the same modernist way describing the same facts in the same exact way, and believes that they are false because of that, that person is not reading Pshuto Shel Mikra, is not reading our understanding of the Torah the way that Rashi was reading the Torah. Obviously, when Rashi makes his commentary, right, he asks, how does this combine with the other things? And Rashi is explaining Pshuto Shel Mikra, right? That Rashi's understanding of Mikra is of understanding of the verses is Pshuto Shel Mikra. And yeah, so Pshuto Shel Mikra is not a kindergarten understanding, but to say Abraham is non-literal is certainly not Pshuto Shel Mikra. Don't create a false dichotomy. If you falsify Abraham, you falsify the entire Torah. Okay, I have to, again, I have to say that there is a categorical difference between saying that someone who says Torah emet, Moshe emet, he said that the Torah is true and Moses is true and God is true and I am and I am a believing Jew, yet I don't think the story of Abraham is literal. I don't think that you can say that such a person is touching on the 13. Yes, there's a chisaron in the emunah. There's a problem there, but you cannot say that that person is kofer beikar. And since you cannot say that that person is kofer beikar, there is a halachic distinction that needs to be made between somebody who says Moses never existed and someone who says Abraham was not literal. I have to make that distinction. Okay? Not that I am saying chas v'shalom that it isn't. It is a halachic distinction that I believe needs to be made. Okay? Now, back to how we understand Abraham. And I've said quite clearly, I believe there was a man named Abraham, and I believe he had a wife named Sarah, and I believe he had a concubine named Hagar, and I believe he had a son named Isaac, and he had a son named Ishmael, and he had a, right? At the same time, I think that you cannot take a too literal of an understanding of how the narrative of the Torah explains facts. And I think we see this over and over again. I'm wondering if you fundamentally disagree with me that, like, a person who is kofar, like, I'm not saying that it's not wrong, right? But to say that the 13 principles of faith include the belief that Abraham was literal, I think you're taking the 13 principles beyond their geder, their halachic geder. And I am honestly, I'm basing this on Ma'aneh Chacham, which I think is one of the great letters of Rabbi Yoel Khan. Rabbi Yoel was the Rebbe's greatest student, possibly greatest student, but definitely one of his greatest students. And he explains these things in terms of literalism and in terms of fundamental, what is a fundamental of faith, what is not a fundamental of faith, how they should be understood in ways that I think are incredibly important. And I have to say, again, I think the writings of the Satmar Rebbe in this regard, of the Rav Soloveitchik, of the Rebbe, they spoke about how these things interact regarding the Ikarei Emunah, the fundamentals of Jewish faith, in ways that have to be understood correctly. And unfortunately, I don't think enough attention is paid in halachic discussions about what halachic distinctions of I don't think Rabbi Mullet is in a situation where he has a ability to come on, or he would probably would. I can understand.
I would love to hear that sometime.
I would love to discuss it with Rabbi Mullet, but I have to say, the geder of Ikarei Emunah, even though these are incredibly important halachic issues, they are not sufficiently discussed with the depth that is required of them. And reading the letters of the Rebbe and the writings of the Rav, Rabbi Mullet says, I'm in my pajamas in my bed.
It's okay. I have a question. The reason I asked the initial question of what Rabbi Mullet and you were debating was because it's very important to me. Personally, one of the reasons why I loved Halakhic Men, looking at how you walk things out. And what you described is exactly what I thought you guys were discussing. And I agree it's very important because basically the whole reason I ended up here, when I look at some of what was happening in my own church, how things are interpreted and how things are applied, and in my own life, my ex-husband John is a very literal reader of some things, and what matters the most to him is the words, but not necessarily digging into looking up the words. And what I've seen here is looking up meanings and back and forth. Even in your Sunday night class, Rabbi Mullet, you go into that dynamic around the words. And so it's one of the things I hope is always preserved in Judaism. And my example on that, I was going to tell Trey when I thought that Jacob still had to look up the thing, is because I write and I'm writing memoir, one of the lines that they've said to me often is, do not let the facts get in the way of truth. So when I'm writing things that I have questions about, I've gone to my sons and asked for shared memory, not just what was literally, because I don't have a literal memory of every single word spoken. I want to know what is the memory in our community that was our family. And that's kind of what I'm hearing you guys argue about.
Okay, so you are talking about something slightly different. So yes, human memory is not exact, but what we are discussing is what are the requirements for the factual truth of Pshuto Shel Mikra, of what the Bible itself is saying. So, okay, so Rabbi Mullet, I'm not denying that there are infinitely deep texts, including non-literal meanings, but you cannot deny Pshuto Shel Mikra. I completely agree with that with that statement. Now, what I am talking about, as far as the geder, the halachic parameters of what can be considered kofer be'ikar. So, just to be clear, someone who is kofer be'ikar, somebody who denies the fundamentals of our faith, is obviously pasul le'edut. He cannot be a witness at a wedding, and somebody who the witnesses at their wedding, the designated witnesses at their wedding are, one of them is a kofer be'ikar. Their wedding halachically, their wedding is as if it did not exist. Okay? So we are talking about an important halachic aspect, Rabbi, right? Rabbi Mullet, I hope what I have said nothing weird. Someone who is a kofer be'ikar, somebody who is heretical to the basic fundamental beliefs, the 13 fundamentals of Jewish faith, right? Such a person is pasul le'edut. Such a person is not a kosher witness. And so if that person is a witness at a wedding, the wedding itself is null. And you're being matir eshet ish, right? Their wedding is as if she's no longer married to her husband. Okay? So we're talking about that halachic geder of what is a kofer be'ikar. Okay? To say that everyone who may read the Torah and be choser in their emunah, and I'm not denying that it is a chisaron be'emunah, that it is a lack in their basic faith in the Torah, to say that the story of Abraham was not literal. Okay? I'm not saying it's not a chisaron in their emunah. I am saying that to say that such a person is pasul le'edut, to the degree that the ketubah is pasul and the kiddushin is not chal, that is not the halachic geder of what we're talking about. I hope that's perfectly clear, Rabbi Mullet. If that's not clear, I don't know how much more halachically exact I can get.
Yeah.
But to say, yeah, go ahead, Kurt.
Recently, I actually watched a Jews for Judaism video presented by Rabbi Skobach about what is acceptable within the range of diversity of opinion. He did present the idea that there are certain principles one can't deny and believe in the God of Judaism, but within understanding things, so long as you baseline believe that God is real and this is how He revealed Himself, things beyond that are this is God's word and this is God's word, that it's acceptable to have disagreement with that, and it's actually against Jewish law to say that within this realm you're a heretic.
Correct. And I have to say, so Rabbi Mullet, you're giving the pious answer everybody gives, ask a posek. And obviously, ask a posek is always good advice. But personally, one of my personal hakbadas, one of the things that I always thought for myself when I was more religiously observant was that it was far more important for me to know what is a chisaron be'emunah and the halachic geder, the halachic parameters of whether or not someone is a kofer be'ikar, than to know the diktukei halacha of anything outside of, I have to say, that and Hilchot Yahareg Val Ya'avor. In those particular, like, I thought that I had a primary responsibility personally to study specifically Hilchot Kafira and Hilchot Yahareg Val Ya'avor, in because they are in fact the bases for all practical halacha. And so I have to say that I think Ask a Posek is not where we need to be in our understanding of these particular halachot. And they are incredibly Hilchot Yesodei Torah of the Mishneh Torah is, in fact, I mean, which part of Torah is more important than the other? But I think that studying Hilchot Yesodei Torah ultimately is more halachically incumbent upon me personally than knowing Hilchot Basar v'Chalav. Not to say that it's not important to know Hilchot Basar v'Chalav. I'm uncomfortable with the idea that someone who believes the events of Abraham's life described in the Torah didn't happen can be a kosher witness. Frankly, if someone were to say such a thing, I'm not sure I would ask them to sign my ketubah either. At the same time, right, these are unambiguous passages. These sounds like postmodernist nonsense. Again,
I have a question on his comment at the very beginning then. When you were talking about the 13 principles and Rabbi Mullet said something that sounded like what you just read, that that it has to stand, is that because he's saying that if you say that Abraham, my memory's not going to go exactly to what you two were discussing, but you were talking about what proves what and what is said where. So if, say, the 13 principles were the thing you wanted to stand on, but you say that they say that Abraham existed, but that you don't believe they existed, is that in essence the same as saying I do not believe that the 13 principles are valid?
That is ultimately what we are talking about, right? That, look, if a person says to me, right? If a person says to me, okay, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? Whether there was an actual Abraham who, like, maybe Abraham is wasn't actually the father of Isaac. It was these were three important people who were then brought together in it. If their understanding of the Torah is not as literal as I would like them to be, right? And I have to say, like, once again, I believe that Abraham had an actual son, Isaac, who had an actual son, Jacob, right? To say that that person is pasul edut has halachic ramifications, which, I mean, you're saying that such a person is kofer beikar, so any yain mavushal that person touches is no longer kosher.
Yeah.
And if that person cooks food, it's bishul akum. And that person cannot write a mezuzah, cannot write so you're imposing a halachic requirement that is incredibly exact, that I'm sorry, but I don't think a lot of people necessarily meet who are good and maybe they may be an Amharetz, but they're not a Kofer Beikar.
I mean,
Yeah. Well,
Thanks, because that's what I meant when I said this is important to me, and it reminds me of the conversation in my church. Different terminology, but that's been a big part of the argument of what does that look like.
couldn't you say that the text mentions an actual Abraham, but there's no evidence for Abraham in real life? Would that be a fair position, Rabbi? Would you say that?
I mean, but then, I mean, if you're choosing the evidence over the Torah, then I would say you're the historicist who should stop calling yourself a religious Jew.
No, but he's being honest.
Yeah.
I think that's what Volpe was trying to do in his best shot.
No, if he was going to be honest, what he should do is resign his position as rabbi.
Wait, hold up. Whoa. You're joshing right now, right?
No.
Like, you can't. Okay, so I couldn't on stage say like, yeah, like we don't have any evidence for Moses existing, except for the text, which I think is what he's saying.
Depends. If he's saying, I personally believe the Torah over the historical, like, is he an archaeologist or is he a rabbi? Which one is he?
Do I like? But don't we trust the experts, right?
What do you mean trust the experts? No, this is the fundamental question of, like, okay, if you believe that the facts in real life
Yes.
are contradictory to what a religion believes,
Yes.
then the honest thing is to say, I don't believe in this religion.
Well, and that gets to some of the stuff that I struggled with going through Halakhic Man, and why I brought my family up so often. Because if you look at the facts and the evidence of everything scientific and everything that the school, the psychologists, etc., could tell me about my son Jacob, about his language, about everything, then what I believed and what I was doing was pointless, because I believed something that and there again, this verges on the opposite direction of is it heretical or proper? Because I had said, first met Jacob, I had a conversation with God when I was pregnant with Jacob. This is what I think, I pictured my sister, the linguistic things. And at the same time, I thought God said he's going to be a leader. And my mother-in-law said, learn ASL, work with him in the language he can connect with. So my faith said, do what you are doing. And the evidence said, why are you doing this? This is pointless. This is an important discussion.
Wait. So okay. Continuing on that, Sandy. Do you think John Pajot should give up his religious intentions? Because I don't think he's ever said like, I believe in a literal flood. Like the only time
Jonathan Pajot says he believes that Santa Claus exists.
Yeah.
He says he believes in Zeus. Jonathan Pajot is the absolute opposite of David Wolpe to a degree that I actually think there's a problem with he is, but it's a very different problem. But I do want to get back to what Rabbi Mullet is saying. The halacha of treating someone like that as though they are not part of a covenant of Israel is very difficult to apply nowadays because of Tinok Shenishba. I don't think it's simply because of Tinok Shenishba. I think it's self-evident that such belief is beyond the pale of the 13 principles, and to say otherwise is beyond the scope of credulity. Okay, Rab, I have to go back to saying that the halachot of what is kofer beikar and what is not kofer beikar, and this is one of my major disagreements and problems with how Orthodox Judaism handles things today, is that when it comes down to, there are too many people who say what Reform and conservatives say, which is that it's not, we don't care, we care about orthopraxy, we don't care about orthodoxy. Like, no, there are important beliefs, and these are the very important beliefs. So he's quoting Maimonides, Hayesod Hashmini, Hiyot HaTorah min Hashamayim Bahu Shenamar, Ki Kol HaTorah Hazot Hanetuna Al Yedei Moshe Rabbeinu Alav Shalom, Shehi Kula Mepi HaGevura Klomar, Vehu Kotev Kol Meurot Yamim Sepurim V'Hamitzvot. Again, so to translate what it says is the eighth principle is that the Torah is from heaven, and that we should believe that all of the Torah was given through Moses, our teacher of Alav Shalom, peace be upon him, that it is completely from the as if such a thing were possible, the mouth of God. That is to say, that he wrote all of the things that happened in those days, and the narratives and the commandments. Again, I have to say, I don't think that is the exact same geder, as that is the exact same parameter as necessarily believing that how those things happen, not and the narratives. What Hasipurim?
Can the rabbi join?
No, he's in. Oh, you can, Rabbi, if you
just
want.
No face, just with your voice.
If you want to join without your camera on, that's certainly your option. But I also understand he's probably actually in bed. He wrote as the events of the days enumerated.
Wait, him and his wife sleep.
Me'urot Yamim. What? Yes, he and his wife sleep in separate beds.
Okay, yeah, then he can just rant as much as he wants. I'm thinking he's in bed with
No.
his wife and he's texting all this.
Separate rooms, I don't believe that they have, but separate beds, yes. Orthodox Jews
No,
have
I
separate
understand
beds,
that. I understand.
but
Okay.
beyond.
Fun.
Again, Rabbi, I think you are setting the parameters of a kofer beikar beyond what they are, and I think that while these are certainly things that should be explained by not just any posek, but the most important poskim, at the same time, I think it's what the geder is and where people are of whether someone is kofer beikar. I don't think that someone who says that they believe that it's I think I've spoken enough.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah. Well, can I just add one thing to Jacob's point?
Sure.
Sure.
I believe it's in the Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, which says that somebody who has only Torah and nothing else doesn't even have Torah either. And I think the way I would relate this is, it's not enough to just have Torah, but you have to have a way to contextualize Torah and orient yourself towards it. And that's how I would say Pirkei Avot would be saying it. And that it's easy enough to say I accept the Torah's divinity, but how I orient myself and how I understand the Torah and what it means as a divine document is important too. If that makes sense, or am I kind of stumbling on that?
No, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that a person needs to be oriented towards Torah in his life, and that is, in some sense, what Rabbi Molot is saying. A person who is ignorant cannot be a kofer. Yes, but when it comes to the 13 Ikarei Emunah, when we are talking about actually the 13 principles of faith, those things which are the 13 principles of faith, someone who even out of their ignorance specifically denies them. So, for example, if someone were to say, I do not believe that the Torah is from God, I believe that Moses wrote it himself, that it was written by a human being, that it's divine, it was inspired, but God did not give these commandments. It was something that Moses himself thought and ascribed to God. We would say that such a person is kofer beikar, and such a person is, in fact, even out of ignorance. I mean, we say even of conservative and reform rabbis, God should have mercy on their souls, that they are tinok shenishba, that they are like a child who's been kidnapped, right?
So,
but at the same time, since it is obviously, or for example, Tchiyat HaMeitim, right? So God have mercy on their souls. The Reform synagogue Trey keeps on taking me to. That's a joke. Instead of saying Mechayeh HaMeitim, they specifically say Mechayeh Hakol, right? Instead of saying God who resurrects the dead, they say who gives life to everything, right? Because they specifically do not believe in resurrection of the dead.
oh, they're like the Essenes or whatever.
God,
Was one of the five.
God have mercy on their souls. Like there are things in the Pittsburgh platform which these people say, which are clearly against the 13 principles of Jewish faith. And even though we would say of them that they are ignorant and amay haaretz, and they are, but at the same time, it is a kofer, it is a kefira beikar, and so lahefech, and this is a point that Rav Yoel made very, very seriously, and the Satmar Rebbe made very seriously, and I think the Rebbe and the Rav didn't spend as much time talking about it because that wasn't their point, but they also touched upon it because it is very important, is, again, we have to have a geder, we have to have halachic parameters of someone who is outside the 13 principles of faith. And I have to say, as much as God have mercy on my soul, I don't keep a lot of mitzvot. There are a lot of commandments I don't keep. My personal hope has been that at least I am within the 13 principles of faith, and hopefully I have not done anything that is yareg val yavor, that a person should rather die than transgress. And so
I have a thought that you may not like.
Yes, I know, my idolatry.
No, I'm saying, case of Wolpe may be a better Jew than you.
Wolpe, may be a better Jew than me. That's quite possible. But that has nothing to do with the fact that he is, in fact, a heretic, and I hope I am not.
Okay, second question. Could a Jew then teach like a modern like Bible class pretty much, or would that?
What do you mean?
Like pretty much say everything like, yeah, there's no evidence that Moses existed, blah blah blah, in a university setting. Could they say that?
There are Orthodox Jews who teach these things, and they say, okay, when you are taking simply a scientific point of view, this is how you would explain it.
Yeah.
That's not the same.
Okay. Good night, Rabbi.
Good night, Rabbi. Thank you, Rabbi. Your participation is incredibly valuable.
I just feel like we got to be honest with Wolpe. I didn't see it in the quote where he explicitly said anything that a professor wouldn't be able to say. That's
no, but he said it from his pulpit over Passover in the synagogue. He didn't say it in a class, in a history class where he was teaching. He said it from the pulpit on Passover,
so
in his synagogue.
Okay, hold up. So if he didn't say it on Passover, it would be less bad.
Of course, it would be less bad if he said it sometime other than Passover from the pulpit.
Why does it matter?
Because context matters.
I feel like we should pull up the quote, because all I'm saying is he's being intellectually honest. Like I don't.
No, he wasn't being intellectually honest. He is a fundamentally dishonest human being.
We literally.
No. You don't understand what is going on in context. I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, fine. I agree with you on
No.
most of what you say about Wolpe, but I'm just saying I didn't see it in that quote.
Okay, but the problem with conservative Judaism in general is that it's a bunch of people who pretend to be Jewish, who dress themselves up in Judaism because they believe that the people in their congregations are fools and who they are backwards people who aren't as smart as they are, and that they're leading them down the path of enlightenment towards understanding that our religion is completely fake. This is what conservative Judaism is all about.
This is what my church is arguing about. Yeah, it is. And I was reading, I've sent myself an email with something, I don't know, Judaism Stack Exchange. In the middle of it, there's a very short thing where they say this, and I don't know what poretz means, but this implies the poretz not only personally behaves in a deviant fashion in public, but that they also influence others to cause them to take bad actions. They summon the thief. So
poretz literally means someone who breaks through the poretz geder. So I kept on talking about the parameters, the boundaries, right? So poretz geder is somebody who goes outside the parameters. And yeah, I mean, honestly, Trey, you're not comprehending the context of this situation.
Okay,
and
we're not able to bring it up.
What do you mean? No. Don't. Again, like you're thinking that the words he said, the particular exact words, if he said the same thing, that would be okay if he was teaching a history class. Then if it's okay if he says it there, then it's okay if he says it in front of his congregation on Passover from the pulpit. And it's not. It's not. Because they are different contexts.
Oh, you can go to the situation how you want. We're not able to pretty much pull up the New York Times article, so I guess it's mute. You'll say, he said, she said, because we can't look at what he really said.
No, that's not what's going on at all. That's not what's going on at all. It's important to recognize that the exact same words could be said in different contexts And in one context, it's fine, and in another context, it's
No,
not.
I understand that. I'm not saying that I don't understand that. But what I am saying is, at the very least, is that his words are trying to describe an event, right? And all I'm saying is he is reporting the facts in both situations, and that's why it's a little confusing.
But
Like,
no,
if you
no.
accept that there is no evidence for Moses existing, right? And you say that is something that scholars agree with, and you say that is a
Okay.
fact, just as we said, like gravity.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
I don't understand how you could
okay.
then not be able to say that on the whole.
Let me
You know,
explain to you. Let me explain to you.
Yes.
Okay. So, if I'm trying to think of a good situation where
Is it offensive? Probably, yeah. But is he acting based on his conscience? Yeah, that makes
no,
sense.
he wasn't acting based on his conscience. Okay, so let's put it this way.
Yes.
Your friend has a girlfriend who is blind in one eye.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, you could say, you're talking to me. You're like, oh, so and so has a girlfriend. She's blind in one eye.
Yes.
Or when she's there in front of you,
Mhm.
you could say, hey, Jacob, she's blind in one eye. Do you see how both of those are
Different.
just no. They're I'm saying you're pointing to the same fact, but you're pointing to that fact in a different context to a different audience. So which facts you decide to talk about,
Right.
right? If I'm telling people, oh, the archaeologists believe this,
Yeah.
right? In a history class,
Yes.
that is fundamentally different from me standing on a pulpit and saying the archaeologists believe this.
Okay, so I guess this goes into the comment. What's his name? The Orthodox Punjabi said on the server, pretty much, basically like, shouldn't you say truth? And I basically said, if you're autistic or if you want to have a good Thanksgiving dinner. And I guess I disagree with you. The very fact that like for example, like in the church I'm going to, right? He had a discussion on Genesis, and he basically said that most scholars agree that pretty much this is not trying to describe actual history. And a bunch of people got upset, but a bunch of people are okay with it. Should he have not said that that's what scholars talked about?
It depends on the context.
He was at the pulpit and now.
No. But
What's the difference?
the difference is when Wolpe tells people that the Exodus never happened, it's because he is actually trying to get his congregants to stop believing that the Exodus happened. That's why he was doing it.
Just like my pastor was trying to get people to stop believing in young earth creationism.
Okay, then I would be upset too.
Okay.
I mean, look, Wolpe's the type of person who wants to do gay marriages,
Yes.
and he's upset that his
congregation
congregants,
is holding him back. Yeah.
is holding him back,
Yeah.
right? He doesn't believe in the Torah,
Right.
So he should stop calling himself a rabbi and go do something else.
I don't think it's that simple, but okay.
I think it is. And Sandy's absolutely right. This is part of the fight in the CRC as
Yeah.
well.
Trey,
Like, if you don't
the
believe in the
clergy
religion,
are
Yes.
just
the
believe.
clergy are there
Yeah.
to serve the people. They're there to serve the people in their worldview, in their actions, in how they present that worldview too. if
Yeah, but I don't think that, like, for example, like the Mark of Cain, that was something that was throughout many Southern interpretations. Just because they believe in the Mark of Cain doesn't mean that you're going to continue it. Like I don't agree with that. Do you know what I mean by the Mark of Cain?
Yes. Okay. So,
Isn't that a fair point? Or Jewish anti-Semitism?
well, look, there is a difference between. So, for example, the discussion that Rabbi Mullet and I were having is we are discussing important things within our religion, but both of us actually believe in our religion and are trying to hammer out what we understand our religion to be.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
That's not what goes on with Reform and Conservative. There's a fundamental difference between modern Orthodox versus ultra Orthodox or Haredi, where we have disagreements within our religion. Or, for example, Andrew and Miaphysites and Diaphysites, right?
Can I at least elaborate? So I'm not saying that Wolpe isn't somebody who's trying to do these things, but all I'm saying is, like, hey, I made a mistake saying that Orthodox person didn't say Moses existed, and you said he gave a more nuanced take, and all I'm saying is, like, this was 2001, 2010 or 11 is when he started saying like gay marriage is okay, right? So again, at the very least, when he said that initial statement, we don't know his views at the time.
But I did know his views at the time. I have been going to his synagogue since before you were born.
Okay, then review that information.
Wait,
That's not
you go
fair.
to a conservative synagogue?
What? Yeah, I go to church.
I didn't know you went to a conservative synagogue.
I go to freaking churches. I belong to a Reform synagogue.
He goes to mosque, like he goes to everything.
I go to everything. Yeah.
He goes to
And
mosque.
I was raised conservative. I was raised actually, pretty secular, yeah. So, like, yeah, my family, my sister is still a member of Sinai, I believe. Well, at least she was when her two oldest sons, well, two of her sons were bar mitzvahed at Wolpe synagogue. Wolpe was speaking while I was sitting there gnashing my teeth.
But I hope you understand my point, right? I'm not trying to be pedantic. I know Wolpe's intentions, but I'm just trying to give you
No,
the
yeah,
benefit of the doubt and
yeah,
at least
yeah.
understand the
You're
context of
trying
his quote.
you're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, which many people do especially to conservative and Reform synagogues, the rabbis, because they don't know what kind of snakes these people are.
And that is at a certain point, naivete can't be excused. Like that sermon could have ruined. Well, I don't have enough experience with this, but I presume it ruined Passover.
So it is very rare that anything any rabbi says makes the front page of the New York Times and Los Angeles Times.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think I read somewhere that Wolpe said his daughter, when he officiated gay marriage, he said his daughter thought it was like marrying a person with brown eyes and blue eyes, basically. That he didn't get the controversy, but like that's like there's nothing in the if you believe the Torah is divine and it says the man shall not lie with the man, that doesn't seem. And there's nothing about like blue eyes, brown eyes. I don't get what his point is.
Okay, Wolpe, like all of Reform, conservative split off from Reform because Hebrew Union College was formed by the Reform and conservative rabbis in Cincinnati in trying to come up with an American form of Judaism. And the first graduating class, they had a banquet at which they served frogs' legs.
That doesn't seem kosher.
No.
No shit, Kirk.
They served freaking frogs' legs. And that became the center point of a huge controversy in which conservative rabbis from Hebrew Union College broke off and started Jewish Theological Seminary. Okay? That's how the split of reform and conservative shaped up. I'm not
Yeah.
saying, for all the pedantic people out there, I'm not saying that the Trafe banquet caused the split between reform and conservative. I am saying that was one of the major issues. Was the conservative rabbits were saying, hey, we shouldn't serve frogs' legs, and the reform rabbits were saying we should serve frogs' legs.
Yeah,
Okay?
like I heard there's this conservative rabbi named John Carrier on YouTube. I don't really like him because he said that it's not okay to say, Orthodox is most serious, then conservative, and then reform. But it's like and he said that no, it's like they're all equally the same, just different. But
Yeah,
that's not true,
not
because
at all. Yeah.
Orthodoxy actually accept the tenets of the faith as it historically developed, and Reform and Conservative just came around the block and pretended like they're equally valid or have equal historical weight.
So Andrew is 100% right that it was a difference in tactics between them. And frankly, I think Matt Baker's latest denomination charts, if you look at his new video on Jewish denominations, you can see how Reform and Conservative are have broken off from the larger Jewish community, because you can see on his chart quite clearly, his new chart, how that happened. And I'm sure a lot of Reform and Conservative people will look at that chart and be indignant, but that chart is actually the new chart is very appropriate.
Yeah, in my opinion, there's a big difference between saying that you're not going to follow a commandment and saying that commandment doesn't exist. If you're saying, I'm going to be gay because I just want to, that's a lot different from saying there is no prohibition on being gay in Jewish history, which seems much more like what the Reformer Conservative would say.
Correct. But the reason I rail against conservative rabbits like David Wolpe is that Wolpe belongs to a movement where they were like, it's not that we don't believe you should be able to eat frogs' legs. They didn't mind that the food wasn't kosher. They were like, we shouldn't stick the frogs' legs in people's faces because people are going to find that offensive. And people did find it offensive. But for cultural reasons, not because they actually believed in God. And ultimately, Reform and Conservative don't believe in God.
They believe in God, just don't believe in the God of Judaism.
Well, no, they don't even.
I mean, you don't think useful charts description at least, like, of course I'm not like, I give up. You know what? I give up.
I mean, they don't believe in the true God, the God that actually exists, but they do believe in some God. But it's definitely.
Let me share with you the Pittsburgh platform. The Pittsburgh platform was the original founding document of the of American Reform Movement, 1885. And my favorite part of it: we recognize in every religion an attempt to grasp the infinite, and in every mode, source, or book of revelation held sacred in any religious system, the consciousness of the indwelling of God in man. We hold that Judaism presents the highest conception of the God idea.
Yeah.
God idea. These people don't believe in God. Like, they're talking about this God idea.
They don't believe in the God of the Bible, but
Actually, they're being like, sorry, this is kind of retarded, but they are being less idolatrous.
No, what they're being is atheists who, like, yeah.
I think one can
describing. For example, when you say that God is good, you're giving a quality to the divine that isn't accurate, right? You should more or less say that this is a human's description of your
Okay,
mind.
this is way over rationalizing the.
I said it was retarded, but I was just saying that was my counterpoint.
I mean, they definitely don't believe in the idea that God as a thing that one can experience directly, but to label them atheists might not be accurate in the same way if someone's a pagan, they're not an atheist, they just don't believe in the actual God that actually manifests itself in the universe.
I wish Reform and Conservative rabbits were pagans. At least they would believe in something similar to God. No, these people are deists. At best, they're deists.
Sure.
Yes, and Andrew is correct. Saying God is apophatic is not equivalent to the God idea.
What's apophatic? Come on, stop. Andrew, you're from Irvine. You don't have to use all these large Latin terms, okay? Just because you go to a Catholic church doesn't mean
What does apophatic mean?
Exactly. You just use a term no one knows. It isn't even a good descriptor.
I thought I used the term apophatic first. Apophatic, very nice, means so an apophatic description of God is one which says what he is not, as opposed to what he is.
That's not what I was saying. I think it was another quote I read from a philosopher that all descriptions of God are not direct descriptions, but merely
Yes,
from a human view.
Yeah.
Like when we say God is love, we're not saying that he is our version of love.
Okay,
We're just
Trey.
saying that
Yes, Trey, you're describing the apophatic view of God, which is correct, and we do ultimately describe God apophatically, which is why CW thinks the irony is profound. By the way, CW, I'm guessing you're not in your pajamas in bed with your wife, so you could jump on.
Damn, son.
Wow.
But
Jacob.
no, the God idea thing is their atheism. Yes, Kirk.
Have you ever heard this podcaster named Lex Fridman?
Yes.
So I seen him talk to Wolpe, and on it he said that in Judaism there's the idea that one can't tangibly experience God, which is true to an extent, but he seems to conflate that with the idea that, at least from what I understood on the podcast, as if the idea that God somehow is can't manifest itself in a way humans can even understand. So like you can't even say that the Torah is God's word. So it's like, okay, you're right. Human conditions of God, like Christians believe in, don't exist in Judaism, but I think he even doesn't believe in divine manifestation.
Right. He's a deist. He's ultimately a deist.
Could you say that these are ideas of God?
So Andrew quite well put it. Saying our ideas cannot capture God is different than God is just an idea.
But could you say that the Bible is ideas of God, not literal descriptions? I mean that's true
Okay.
for the Psalms, right?
No, but we believe that the Bible reveals God.
Right, but for example, when he says that God has hands or anything, or God's fills the room, right? We're not saying that's a literal description. We're saying that's an idea of God, or
It is a revelation of God.
right. But it is an idea of God, not a description, not an actual description.
You're having a lot of problem with the modernist thing.
Yeah, I'm. You know what? I'm just kicking some stuff that have been in my brain. Is an idea of God, from God. That's correct. Okay. So you could say it's a God idea.
No.
Right. Wait. Why can't I say it? Because it is an idea that comes from God. It is a God
No,
idea.
when they say God idea, they mean that God is just an idea.
I don't know. You gotta show me that.
No, that is
They-
the context
They
of
they call it a
this is
proper
actually
noun.
your
They
autism
use a proper noun.
No, honestly, this is you're dropping context, and the context is important.
Okay, fine.
They use the word God idea, like God dash idea, in order to clarify that they're atheists. That's why they used it.
And you spaz now.
No, Andrew's probably since he said something out loud, his mom's like, Andrew, why are you not asleep? And Andrew's like, I'm sorry, Mom. I'll go to sleep right now. It's
Andrew, your
it's
Asian parents are
20 minutes after my bedtime. Even though I'm a 20-year-old man, I go to bed when my mom says.
This could go on a long time, Andrew. My mother used to have the cutoff somewhere around Jacob's age.
Like I tell all of these childish 20-year-olds around me, you're as adults as you're ever going to get. Don't expect to get old, become more mature just because you get older.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
It's not like marriages after 25 are more successful than marriages before.
Is that true? I would be very surprised if that's actually true.
Look it up.
Where'd you get this video? First marriage
That's 25.
success rate.
Boom. Boom.
Well,
You know who's
under 18, 60%.
Of couples married between the age of
Okay. We have a Chezi.
Hezzy!
How's it going, Hezzy?
Good morning.
And Andrew, is that
All's
your
well.
mic?
Pretty loud.
Jason, I hope all's well.
Is that my what?
I haven't heard
Yeah,
you talking.
doing good. Watch, listen. This feels related.
Jacob, you really you poked the bear this time.
I don't think I poked a bear so much.
I know, Rubber Mullet was on fire. By the way, I just on what he's saying, because he's basing this a lot on the 13 principles. Even the 13 principles are challenged.
Don't go there, please.
All right.
What do you mean, like the 13
No,
principles challenge
no.
themselves?
I'm saying the 13 principles are things that we are given by Maimonides, the great eagle, who is obviously a heavy hitter. Having said that, there's what he writes in his halachic codex at 28 years old, and there's also what he writes like over 20 years later in his Guide to the Perplexed, which is his theological writings. Number one, and they contradict each other certain times. And many times his attitude was, I'm writing to a specific population in one level, in one surface of interpretation, and to those who feel like it's called the Guide to the Perplexed, those who still feel perplexed by this or by other issues, such other theological issues, if they dig deeper in the book, in the writings that I'm giving them, then they might realize different interpretations that seemingly seem to contradict what he's saying when he was younger. Number two, the Abarbanel, the Ritbaz, the Rashar Hirsch, they all push back on his principles. Some of them saying that, like, yes, Judaism recognizes the 613 commandments. It doesn't recognize commandments of faith, or that maybe Judaism is. I'm telling you what the Rashar Hirsch says. Where does he say this? הרש"ר הירש, היהדות מכירה תרי"ג מצוות, לא פקודות אמונה. Where is it stated? Igrot Safon. All right. Anyways, my point being that if he's basing it just on that, that's problematic, so to speak. Even though I would say
because
yeah.
the halacha pesuka it has become halacha within the Jewish people that we sing Yigdal, and
Yep.
people recite the 13 principles of Jewish faith. And because it has been mekubal bekol tefutzot b'nei Israel, that this is the geder, that this is how we define our faith. It's not a matter of Maimonides or not Maimonides. It is the fact that this is the Jewish faith as Orthodox Judaism understands itself, and how we define the parameters of Jewish faith or not.
There's
Yes,
also
this is-
this. Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
Oh no, I was just saying. So this is kind of a matter of identity, right? That's what we're basically dancing around. That's what it sounds like to me.
Right. Chezi wants to broaden the borders beyond what is the halacha.
No, I didn't say that. First of all, again, I'm not a rabbi, and I didn't tell someone to do one or two. I'm letting you know what our literature talks about, that people have pushed back against Maimonides. That's number one. Number two, even Maimonides himself contradicts himself, seemingly. Number three, which is, I think, ultimately the main question over here, what is truth? What is literal? What does that? What do those words mean? Okay, so you were, I believe rightfully so, pushing back on Rav Mullet with regards to Abraham. I understand that you were going towards a halachic ramification, that if someone didn't believe so, he could still be a witness at someone's wedding. So that's at one. Yes, that's one level of practicality. There's a sense. Are you looking at Jacob as a real person? Is Jacob part of the clan that they identified as the Yaakov El clan? Is that part of a clan that is connected to a specific person that was named Jacob, or is that a concept of Jacob? Is there a concept of Abraham? Are these literal people or not? And even if you want to look at Moses as a real character, okay, that still doesn't mean you could ignore the fact that, okay, he is a real character, but what are his involvement in Egypt? Is there any influence from Egyptian kings? These are questions that one has to ask when formulating their opinion with regards to the historical facts, so to speak, of the Bible. And what Rabbi Wolpe said, which I agree with you, is seemingly controversial. What he was trying to walk back, and what I mentioned here before, that there are plenty of verses in the Bible which have been appropriated from Egyptian texts and verses. That doesn't make it not true, and it doesn't make the story of the Exodus not true. It just doesn't mean that every single line over there, or that the Jews built the pyramids, or the Israelites built Ramesses. If that's not true, that doesn't change my relationship with God. And I don't think people need to be looking or reading the Bible as in this is exactly how old Moses was, Abraham was. And Jacob, you've mentioned this in the past. Did Abraham keep all the 603 commandments? And then your response was he did, in the sense that he was digging, right, his wells.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that would be, so he didn't literally keep all the 613. He kept them in his manner. So in that same sense, did Abraham
stop helping? Could you please stop helping?
Helping who? You or him? I stopped.
I have a question, I guess. So you said, whether you believe this or that, I guess it doesn't really matter necessarily what I'm pinpointing at. I guess we could say whether Abraham existed or not. That might not necessarily affect your relationship with God, but wouldn't that affect your relationship with man and your community? And then
no, but what am I taking from those stories? That I want to take a step back. I might Chezi, or let's say part of the community I'm in, I'm okay buying into Abraham existed as a real person. I wouldn't be disappointed if I found that to be true. My faith is not resting on that. My relationship with God is not. Now, I could still take all what I'm learning from Abraham and all that wisdom and still manifest it in my day-to-day life. So that doesn't affect my relationship with man. And it's the same thing, sort of how I look at Adam and Eve. Are Adam and Eve two people that God created first? Are you denying? And Jacob's, I know it's going to throw up. Are you denying like evolution, or are you trying to say that this is like another level of interpretation on top evolution? I don't know. Like yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I guess maybe this will help create a better context around it. I mean, I'll just make it personal. Like, I would say the things I would believe or affirm now might not affect my relationship with God or my faith in God, but they'd affect my Christianity. And they may not affect my relationship with man, in that I might actually relate to man and my neighbor or whatever better and treat them better, but they would affect my identity as a Christian.
In what way?
Well, so I mean, it feels like, that's why I've just been listening, because it feels like all this is related to the bingo card problem I have, of where like I've run up to that point. I'm just like, I can look at these 5 principles of Christianity or something that you're required to affirm, and I feel like there's me affirming each one of those causes me, there's contradictions in the 5, and so it's like, well, I can't actually affirm this one because I actually affirm this one, and I guess what I'm saying is, even in my own personal belief, if I say I affirm the Trinity, I'm like, I'm fine with saying that, but I know that I don't affirm it the way most Christians do. And so there's a level of dishonesty, I feel like, in doing that. And so I wouldn't get up from a pulpit and say certain things, or, it doesn't affect my relationship with Christians per se, but it affects my identity as a Christian, where I'm like, I don't know that if I were to say I'm a Christian, that feels a little bit dishonest if I know I believe things differently than the majority of Christianity does. In the same way of like having these 13 principles that you will affirm, it's a way of establishing a certain identity, I guess, is what I'm saying. And so it wouldn't, if you don't affirm them, or it doesn't necessarily affect your relationship. Yeah, it doesn't affect your relationship with God or your relationship with the Jewish community to a degree, but it affects your identity, I guess, as within Judaism or something like that. Does that make sense at all?
Yes, and thank you for clarifying and expanding on that note. But I would say it's a little like if you're not sure about Jesus, let's say, I know that's not what you said. You were talking about the Trinity, but like, or if I came and said, like, listen, sorry,
we could go that route. No, I mean, we could go that route and say, because like you were saying, whether or not you believe Abraham a person or Moses a real person,
but I don't challenge God though. But I know that God exists.
Yeah. Or someone could have grown up Christian and say, well, I don't know that Jesus was technically a real person, and then it's like, well, they may still believe in God. They may actually have a greater faith in God, but then they can't necessarily go around calling themselves a Christian.
Correct. What my disagreement, I would agree with you. I would say that if that person still believes in God and in the Bible, but not in Jesus, he's called a Noahide. I would say that when I say I don't, I didn't say that, but I'm saying if I found out that Abraham is not a actual character, that and Rabbi Mallow was alluding to this. How can you say the Exodus happened, but Abraham doesn't exist? So, and I think Jacob was saying this as well. I don't think Jacob was saying that Abraham doesn't necessarily need to exist, as in there's no, like, this is just like a made up character that there's no historical or there's no basis to it. I'm saying that the facts that are inside our Bible of his age, what exactly happened, who's who, is Ishmael his son, is Ishmael a smaller group within that he's dealing with? These, I think that there is more wiggle room over there. So I think, like what you're talking about, the Trinity, and I'm obviously I'm not a Christian, so I'm not placed to tell you yes or no. You have Unitarians like Sam, which I would assume you still see as Christian, Jason, or not?
Yeah, I mean, well, see, here's the thing. I don't think I get to decide or he gets to decide necessarily. I think it's a community decision. Well, this is, I guess, this is the problem. It's like, what do you do with heretics, you know, and how do you incorporate the stranger and all these things? And it's almost like you're required to make these affirmations. So Christians, as a collective community, as a body of Christians, they say you have to affirm in the Trinity. Then it's like, I'm saying, okay, please double down on that affirmation almost, because you're establishing a firm, solid Christian identity, almost like a seed. But I may not be that. And it's like, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm damned, but it's like, I can't, that if that's something they decide, then I would say Sam probably shouldn't be calling himself a Christian. If the Christian community as a whole has made that decision, then I don't know what you call him. I wouldn't say he's damned or he doesn't have a relationship with God or anything like that. But that's why with even
Jason.
Yes, sir. Kirk.
Well, I would say the disagreement I would have is because Jesus never claimed he was the Son of God in the New Testament. So if someone affirms they believe in the Old and New Testaments, they are a Christian. And if you interpret the New Testament in that Jesus is the Messiah but not the Son of God, that's so consonant with how you know the New Testament reads out. So in that case, I don't see why that would be. You could be unchristian if you're a Unitarian.
By the way,
I guess what I'm saying is I don't get to decide what Christianity is. Christianity gets to decide that.
Christianity is a religion that's developed off of text, being the Old and New Testament, and how you interpret the Old and New Testament is obviously going to vary greatly since there are contradictions. Well, not contradictions, seeming contradictions between various passages that lead them for interpretation.
Yeah, I think, I agree with you. I guess what I'm saying is might slightly.
Yeah, you don't get to make the decision. The community doesn't either. It's just we have a solid ground rule for what Christian scriptures are. So from that, how you relate to those scriptures is going to depend on interpretation. In the same way, the Jewish scriptures are the Torah, but written oral, but the Hebrew Bible and the written or the oral Torah or the Talmud. And so if you affirm that and you believe in that God, how you orient yourself and how you interpret those holy books does not make you heretical if you choose a different interpretation than another person. So I do think there has to be a baseline minimum of accepting the divinity of certain books, but after how you interpret or relate to those books, I would say is room for interpretation. It's just Wolpe doesn't seem to even believe in those books because he's willing to officiate gay weddings, even though in that book it says man shall not lie with man. If that makes sense.
That makes sense.
I would just mention one more thing just about Maimonides. That should just be clear. When Maimonides comes out with his book, the Guide of the Perplexed, right? The Jewish community goes nuts. They burn his books, right? He was considered a heretic, and now Rabbi Mullet, ironically, is basing his stance on what Maimonides is saying to prove that, like, no, like, then, quote unquote, what I'm saying is sounding heretical. And these are progressions. These are, and they're for sure they're uncomfortable, but there in like earlier texts, there are like hints of that the Torah was given scrolls and scrolls upon scrolls, as in the whole Torah wasn't given in one block all at Sinai. I mean, it was to Moses, but to the people, so to speak. Rather, we were given in different sections, right? And when Moses writes his books, which is the 5th book, so this was very fringe, and people didn't really want to talking about it. And if you knew about like this famous tractate, you'd be like, oh, okay, right, like I know about that. But that was already then hinting to, in a certain sense, biblical criticism and those kind of elements, and trying to see how those things get integrated. And when Moses is talking about what happened with Noah and what happened with Abraham, was he there? Like, how does he know? Like, where is this coming from? Like, God told him, like, these are things happen? Or do Joseph and Jacob and the 12 tribes, when they're in Egypt, they have their own traditions that they're coming with, right? Moses is coming from the
books
house.
of Numbers and Deuteronomy appear after the book of Exodus, after the Torah was received. And those are events that are described after Moses received the Torah.
So exactly. My point being that if this was 100 years ago, and you want to come and saying that these books were given in a different order at a different time, compiled differently, whoa, hell no. And now it's like, well, you hear Kirk over here saying and Kirk is right now in his own journey, and he's like, yeah, well, I could handle that. This was written this, and this was written later. So that's
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying how could the events, if you're saying, I'm adding to your point in that not only are there events that happened before the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai, which God could have revealed, some of the events take after Mount Sinai, meaning how would Moses have known that the Israelites
revelation.
would have... revelation. So that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is you can believe that I would say a baseline minimum is you do have to believe that the entire of the Torah was revealed. But if something is revealed and written in the form of man, then that's going to lead to man's interpretations, right?
Well, no, I mean, I wasn't sure what you said about it was all revealed. You're saying it was all revealed in one block?
I think for someone to adhere to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Faith, they have to believe that the entirety of the Torah was revealed to Moses, but because the Torah is inherently... the way the book is structured is inherently perplexing for human minds because everything God says is perplexing.
No, I disagree with what you're saying right now.
You disagree with what?
I'm unless you're not, maybe I'm not understanding you. Yes, I could believe that all was revealed to Moses, right? However, and I think Moses, right, still as in his Prince of Egypt mode, right, is aware that the Israelites have a story about a man named Noah. He's aware that Jacob and Isaac have their own story of something that happened.
He's aware because God told him.
No, he's aware because the Levites have that tradition already. And Joseph has that tradition.
Opinion, but I don't think...
So what were they doing?
So because then you're saying the Torah is stories of men telling other men, not God telling men.
Well, it could be both.
I don't think that's consonant with how Orthodox Judaism historically has developed.
I'm letting you know now, Kirk, that there are opinions that will tell you that the Levites themselves are coming down with their own texts and traditions that they had from Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham, right? They they're coming circumcised, right? Why are they circumcised? Where did you get? So
you're saying that it's all revealed, but at different times?
100%.
That actually I would say is consonant even with the Rambam to you.
Thanks, Kirk.
Andrew,
I made
it. Andrew, we have a Romanian sex trafficker. Be careful.
Well, this.
What?
Okay, I don't know. I think he's talking about you.
Okay.
Well, I guess I was just about to make the example. It's like, Hezi, what you were saying, it sounded like Kirk for a moment was almost disagreeing with you and was saying if you don't believe
I was trying to expand on
this. It's neither. I'm just giving an example. Yeah, I'm not really trying to make that point of a thing. I guess I was just point being is if Kirk says you have to believe this is divine revelation from God, and you're in order to be or just for whatever, it doesn't even have to be a Jew, and you say, I believe these were stories passed down through man, then it's like, then what do we do with you, Hezi? It's like, are you a heretic?
Yeah, so I'm saying both though. What I'm saying is all these things were revealed to Moses at Sinai, and he was given clarity of how all these things intersect and connect.
Yeah.
However, that doesn't mean the Israelites before Sinai are like, well, we don't know what's going on. They already have a relationship with God. They know about circumcision. They have when Moses comes and talks to them, and not as a prince anymore, post killing the Egyptian, they tell him, like, you know, get out of here. Like, who are you? Like, we don't need you for like this whole, like, when you're not like a religious or spiritual leader right now. And he uses the same terminology, the same code word that he received, what Joseph told the elders that they should expect. Pakod yifkod otchem. And then Moses uses the same word. Pakod yifkod otchem. Like, that's the term that God wanted me to use. They're already aware of that. They know that if you say those words, we see you to be a true prophet. And even when they get to Sinai, and God tells them, Moses tells them, we need to do this, we need to do that. They tell him, that's very nice, we want to hear it from God. They still don't believe him. They're like, great, you could have been the guy that got us out of Egypt, like God said was going to happen. God never told us about any. We never heard from Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob about Sinai and all these other commandments. That's not something that was given to us. So they're challenging him, and God has to go back to God and say, like, well, they're saying they don't want to listen. So God's like, okay, so like now we're going to have another level of a conversation right now. But up until that point, those Israelites have their own tradition. And what I'm saying is that when Moses is compiling his 5 books, he is coming and saying, he's talking to one of the elders and is saying, like, well, how many sheep did we say Laban had? What was the conversation we had again? Like, what was that? Because I know you guys have a tradition of XYZ. And Moses himself is the son of Amram, which is, for all intents and purposes, was the prince or king of the Jews or the Israelites in Egypt. So, like, he is very aware of this, of these stories. So yeah. So taking that into consideration, right? And taking the flood story into consideration. We have a flood. And historically, we know that there's also the Gilgamesh floods, right? And we also know historically that people that predate Moses are in a basket floating on the water, right? So what does this mean right now? Is Moses not in a basket? Does Moses not exist? Or does the concept basket run much deeper, and the concept of a basket over water run much deeper? And that doesn't mean I don't believe in Moses. I just believe that even the term Moses and the term Abraham have deeper meanings to them. Of course, as a community, as a people, to be able to survive 2,000 years of exile, that loose kind of thinking is not possible, and that will not protect a community that is trying to quote unquote remain eternal. Okay, however. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So I hear what you're saying, but are you saying that basically something like the flood story, it didn't happen as in a way that God revealed the story of the flood that happened historically to Moses, but instead it was adopted from Moses from earlier Babylonian folktale?
Yes, and let's play with me for a second with this.
Can I just explain to you why that's even halakhically wrong?
No, you can't, because I'll first finish answering the question you asked. Yes, and let's imagine right now, we'll take the Younger Dryas theory, okay? That asteroids hit Earth like around 11,000 years ago. They completely cover a tremendous amount of the land with water. It happens very quickly. Göbekli Tepe disappears. Other countries disappears. Okay, now, major flood story that all humanity at the time needs to sort of deal with. Moses is aware, and the high priests in Egypt are aware of this history already that exists, right? They know they have massive pyramids that predate them by 5,000 years. The Egyptians themselves are aware of this. So, at Sinai, Moses is given and backed up with his own traditions through the Levites. God is telling him, I don't need to talk to you about Younger Dryas theories and how long asteroids fall. There's a story about the flood, and there's something to be learned from this story. And I'm going to teach you what it is to learn from the story based on this individual and what he did and how he looked at it, and the significance about the animals he brought in, how he listened, who didn't listen, his faith in God, how that continues later on, both with his sons and their interaction with him once he gets drunk. All of these are deep lessons that God is telling Moses, this is the oculus I want you to put on to look at the world through. At some point in 2023, someone's going to be like, oh, it's called the Younger Dryas series. That's nice. Or someone's going to say the world is 13.8 million years old. The narrative I'm giving you and the interpretive glasses you should be having and wearing walking through this world is it's 6 days of creation. It's there's a man named Noah. These are very important concepts that this is how you should be articulating and explaining what happened. So much so that they are true. Now we can be like, well, what does it mean true? Like I'm touching this rock right now, like, or true like a hyper truth, but that doesn't mean they're not true. It just doesn't mean that that the ark had to be this size and that size, and it doesn't necessarily mean that that it was 40 days or 39 days or 29 days. So what it means that there is a story and there's a context that we need to be looking and interpreting the story through as religious folk, because there's deep meaning we could.
Okay.
Now, yes, you could say what you'd like to say.
Okay, this is halakhically even false. This isn't even just like my opinion. Halakhically, this wouldn't even make sense since it says in the Torah, in Deuteronomy something, that this Torah is the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob, of Israel. Now, if these are universal truths that are not literal truths, but truths in a metaphorical sense, then why would it say that this Torah is an inheritance of the congregation of Israel? You don't give someone an inheritance that is not an actual inheritance for them. Because if these are just broad moral truths and say this Torah is,
they're not. Yeah.
Are they
broad moral truths
for Israel? And clearly, this is a specific truth that has to be historically accurate, because if you're just talking about moral lessons, anyone, regardless of whether they're Jewish or not Jewish, can learn these moral lessons.
You mean like the seven Noahide laws, which are like the basis of like morality that everyone should be able to connect to and understand, that God gives everyone?
Yeah, the Torah gives Noahides their share, but all the rest of the Torah after the Noahide laws are the inheritance of Israel. And so clearly, even later events in the Bible, in the Torah, are inheritance that were given to Jews. And you don't give someone a specific, inheritance unless that inheritance, unless that inheritance is actually true. Because if you're talking metaphorically speaking, anyone can learn from metaphor, not just Jews. So why would you say the Torah is an inheritance of Israel and not just it's a metaphorical truth that anyone, including Israel, can learn from?
Everyone, including Israel, could learn from.
Yeah, why doesn't it say that? This is specifically these are.
How are we all supposed to be in the temple praying to God all together as one people? I'm assuming everyone's buying in at that point, right?
What do you mean?
At some point, hopefully tomorrow, hopefully today, all of us will all congregate together at the temple, Jews and non-Jews, to praise God, right?
And
hopefully
the Levium,
Arabs lose the
hold on, Kirk, hold on. The Levium will have a specific mitzvah for them that will be different from the mitzvot from the Kohanim and from Israel and from the Gentiles, because there is a qualitative difference to the mitzvot that are given to individual neshamot that has a real fact to it. That's not just, these are beautiful ideas.
First of all, I didn't say they're just beautiful ideas, and I didn't say that many of them are not true. My point being, when you go talk about Abraham, right? Like, to me, it's not disruptive if Abraham is a person or Abraham is a collective of people called Abraham. That doesn't change my relationship with God. That doesn't mean I don't have to get up in the morning and pray. It doesn't mean I don't have to take the commandments seriously. It doesn't mean like it needs to be one man or not be one man. So, but I understand that's controversial.
Zero clue why I allow Chazi on my channel.
It's good. It's good that he's here. That's it.
And
Oh yeah, that's why I left Fuzzy on my channel.
Yeah.
but I'm asking, and this is Kirk. I'm asking you a question right now. How do you square away, right? Only asking this. I wouldn't ask you this due to your age. I wouldn't ask you this normally, but because you decided to hang around these parts, I'm asking you this. How do you square away that pre-Moses, there's stories of leaders being put into a basket over water? What does that mean to you? What does it mean to you that the tabernacle is the same size as Ramesses II's war camp?
Take
To
a
me,
moment to think about your
personally,
answer. I'm going to say good night.
good night, Sandy.
2 a.m. I might keep listening.
Okay. Well, to me personally, I can believe simultaneously that there are other cultural historical narratives of how people had similar views on details of stories, like the size of how big a temple of worship should be, or leaders being carried into baskets. But that doesn't mean that that those events didn't specifically happen in Israel later on. The fact, right? It can be true for Israel and not true for other stories, right?
You're saying a story that predates our story is not true, but the story afterwards that has the same narrative is true.
If one is divinely inspired, like the Torah, then that is a true divine narrative. And if one's not divinely inspired, like things outside of the Torah, then that's not at least not divinely true, and we cannot confidently say it's true.
Okay,
It
Kirk,
could be true, but it's not true from God's perspective.
Kirk, how do you say that, like, you have all this data, these arrows of plausibility going towards this historical narrative type thing, and then you have one idea of it being divine? How do you square those two?
What was that?
How do you square those two ideas? You have all these arrows of a historical narrative of this thing just being a narrative that's compiled, and then you have your one idea that this is a divine narrative and the rest are bullshit. How do you
I never
square
said the
those
rest
two
are
ideas?
bullshit.
How do you
I never said the
not
rest
say-
are bullshit. I just said the rest aren't divine.
Oh my gosh, this guy, I tell you.
Hezi, your screen's breaking up. Yeah, no, I don't believe that other stories outside the Torah are necessarily false. I don't think that they were given as a moral inheritance for people, right? Because I don't think God gave the laws of kosher, for instance, to the Babylonians. He gave them to the Israelites, right?
I guess so.
Okay, so
I might
they
have
have-
to hop up here, guys. I think I missed the point I was trying to make. It just didn't land. So, but I'm gonna hop off here. I'll be thinking about this conversation though. It's been
Yeah,
good. It reminds me of childbirth. So,
Okay,
all right,
Jacob.
guys. Have a good
Jason.
night.
It's been
Good night.
4 hours, and we still haven't said the ending prayer. Andrew, pray for
Oh
us.
God. Okay.
Pray for.
Father God, thank you for this time you've given us together, for your teaching of the scriptures. Help us to integrate it with our lives, to grow in wisdom, and to become more like you. In your name we pray.
Amen.
Not
Good
bad,
prayer.
even for a
All right.
cop. Good night, Jason. I'll talk to you later.
All right. It was great talking to you guys.
Good night, Jason. Wait, you wanna
Good
go
night,
for
Kirk.
about another? Bye. Jacob, do you wanna go for about another 20 minutes?
We can keep on going. I mean, I'm not
Okay, let's
planning
go.
on going to sleep anytime soon. But like
are you
this
eating?
discussion is completely off the rails, which is why
Yep,
I've just been sitting here
Yep.
Okay. Well, actually, I really appreciate you. I just want you to know that. I mean, I consider myself pretty awkward socially, but you really do provide a good platform to discuss more complicated issues in ways that are thoughtful than social media.
I'm glad to hear that, and my part of the reason I have this platform is to make you less socially awkward.
I mean, I would say I would say I'm, just a teenage guy.
You are
Uh,
just a teenage guy, and unfortunately, our society is failing to socialize our teenage, especially young men, on
Well,
when
I'm just
and how
interested.
to socially engage.
I'm just not interested in a lot. I'm just not interested in more. I guess I'm just interested in a lot of subjects that a lot of people don't really like to think about too in depthly. I think I get too caught up in my own mind sometimes.
That's possible. I think people do actually care about these things. At the same
Not
time,
that no people, just people in my generation generally don't.
well, I don't think that's necessarily true that they don't care about these things. It's just they're not used to talking about these things. And I think it is important. I mean, people of your generation, God have mercy on their souls, listen to Destiny and New Atheists discussing similar concepts all the time. It's just
well, Destiny.
they don't know how to engage.
He's not. Well, Destiny, he's not the best guy, but he's definitely better than some of the other people. I think he's pretty intellectually honest compared to like the Young Turks or whatever. In my opinion, at least from what I've seen, he does seem to engage with actual people, like religious people and other people from different backgrounds. I think the issue is just nowadays very few people, because a lot of people spend a lot more time online. They don't like, and because online tends to be a lot more self-segregated, people don't like to engage with other sectors of culture and society, which leads to a lot of insularity and bubbles.
I think that's part of it, but I also think there's a problem with simple social skills and conversation and learning how to relate to other human beings that our society is just not teaching people, especially people of your age.
Well, Jonathan, Jonathan Haidt. He's talked about social media, and I think that one of the things he points out is that it used to be that if you wanted to have a conversation like what we're having on like a theological issue, it used to be a lot easier to just go to a church or to a synagogue or whatever and talk these out with people that are more learned in these issues and have a healthy conversation. Whereas now you have people that are debate bros online that care more about scoring points for their side than engaging with these in ways that are thoughtful.
I think that's a huge part of it, but I think also there's a lack of intergenerational discussion, which is also causing problems.
That is an issue, but I think
the
they're
60s,
learned people of every generation.
I think part of the problem is that the 60s has obliterated the idea of having respect for your elders, partially because, look, it's not normal for someone your age to talk to somebody who is twice their age and just as smart as they are and has spent the last 30 years actually thinking about important concepts and understanding, oh, this is somebody who actually just plain knows more than I do. And that form of intellectual humility has been completely lost. The idea that somebody is just knows just more than everything I know about a subject. And that is part of the culture of the 60s. So Jonathan Haidt, right? He visited some college, I forget which college it was. And
he got shut down for being transphobic or whatever.
he gets shut down all the time. But what happened was that some undergraduate psychology major decided that she needed to be the voice that is countering his speech, right, and engaging with him. And so they had a panel of Dr. Jonathan Haidt, one of the preeminent social psychologists in the world, who has written many important books, and this undergraduate from psychology major, and he said something, and she said, "I disagree." And my answer was, "What the are you even doing on the same stage with him? Who cares if you disagree, right? You're
Well, she was on the
freaking
panel.
undergraduate." Yeah.
Yeah, that's an issue. I think that there is healthy conversations between people that are less learned and more learned. If someone is less learned generally but knows a specific thing that they would like to add to the conversation, the issue is when you have to contextualize that you might know one or two more things because this is a specific niche you've studied in, but still understand that your contextualization of this field is still a lot less relative to someone who knows a lot more about a lot more subjects.
See, this is part of the problem, Kurt. Like when it comes down to when we're talking about Judaism, right? Honestly, you just haven't been alive long enough to have anything significant to add to a discussion that Chazi and I are having about Judaism. You might ask a question, right, that might be insightful in trying to understand what we're saying, but you have no information to add to the discussion.
I mean, I don't have 99.9% of the time. I mean, I'm sure there might be something I read somewhere that I might like to add, but that
you might like to add, but the probability that what you're trying to add is actually relevant, and Chazi and I haven't thought of it already, is so close to zero that you should assume there's nothing you're going to add.
That's why I said 99.9%.
Yeah, but if it's 99.9%, then really you should probably be like, okay, I'll just sit here quietly and let them talk.
That's fair, and I don't disagree with that.
Well, there's a culture of disagreeing with that comes from the 60s that is incredibly destructive to our public discussion.
One thing?
Yeah.
No, it's not you. It's Andrew. Are you still there? Because
he's still here.
Okay, yeah. Just sorry, I didn't know if you're because you look like your screen was frozen.
Yeah, Andrew, I think very much has been taking this type of thing too much to heart. Even when he had important things to say in the chat, he was just like putting them in the private chat, as opposed to actually unmuting and saying them generally.
I've also got bad connection, so
that might be it as well. I think you can. You should be able to. I think StreamYard has made it so that you can log into your YouTube account and type into the chat now, even when you're into the general comments. So see if you can do that, because that would actually make life easier.
Can I ask something that you may not have heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you know the Belz Rebbe?
Yes.
What's it? Yisakar Dov Rokeach? Do I have that correct?
Rokeach, yeah.
Rokeach. I heard recently it was a Jerusalem Post article, and yes, I know they're Zionist and whatever. Put that aside. I mean, you're Sephardi. I'm surprised why you're not a Zionist, but putting that aside, I think I heard recently that he was actually going to work within the Israeli government to incorporate English, math, and science within the Haredi curriculum. Did you hear about this?
I did not hear about this.
Yeah. Well,
I don't follow nearly as
Yeah.
closely as I used to what's going on in the Haredi world.
well, I just thought it because I do see some, because he does seem to be a little bit getting closer to the religious Zionist camp, which is not usual for some Ashkenazi Hasidism.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. There's a lot of it's not exactly clear what's going on, and frankly, I've found it not useful for me to stick my head into that stuff.
Yeah.
So
I get it. I was just relaying some information I recently heard in case.
again,
Um, I guess if we're just kind of getting completely off topic, completely off the rails, I was just curious what you thought of, and nobody's here, when Rav Avadia ruled that Beta Israel or Ethiopian Jews were halakhically Jews, that it was okay to intermarry. Do you agree with that?
if I remember correctly, and it's been many years since I read the actual tshuva, but he did say that he said that they were Jewish. He said that to have an actual wedding, there should be a gior mipnei safek. Now, a gior mipnei safek is very different from a full gior, but at the same time, he was saying that there needs to be a gior, and I think it's like that. This actually kind of goes back to what I was saying regarding Matt Baker and his hatafa and going to an Orthodox mikvah. Like, a lot of people don't understand the halachic basis under which an Orthodox rabbi would say, oh, this guy's married to a Jew, they're going to have children, he's undergoing a conservative giur, which means it's not a giur according to halacha, yet at the same time, as an Orthodox rabbi was willing to do the hatafa and allow him to use their mikvah for the specific purpose of reducing the problematic nature of his giur. And honestly, it's such a halachically complex situation. I'm not sure I'm doing anybody any favors by trying to explain it. At the same time, I think it's really important to realize what's going on there. This is a very different halachic situation than, let's say, if the situation was reversed and Matt was female and his wife was the one undergoing giur, then they would not allow her to use the mikvah. And I think that's important, and it's not clear to most people what the difference there is. And there's a similar thing going on when Rav Avadia says there needs to be a giur l'chumra for the Beta Israel.
I see. Did he make the same halakhic status of Karaites? Because I know other rabbinic Orthodox Jews have said you shouldn't marry Karaites because there's high possibility that they're mamzerim because they don't follow halakhic standards of divorce and marriage.
No. See, so mamzer, Rav Moshe Feinstein, very clearly, his Piskei Din regarding what constitutes mamzerut are incredibly important, and he so if there is no halachic marriage, then there's no halachic mamzerut there either, right? And that's really important, because if you were to say that, for example, conservative, which is a much bigger problem, because they do try to actually have kiddushin kehalacha, whereas the Karaites, they're just mamash kofrim, and that's not. I don't think it's even close to being a halachic marriage. If there is no kiddushin chal, then, and like the Karaites are mechalei Shabbat. They're kofer b'Torah in a very clear way. There's no possibility of a kiddushin kemoshe v'Israel in a Karaite community.
I see. So they would
I'm
not
not
be.
sure who even said that. Like, where'd you
Well,
get this idea?
So I read, it's called Miyodea, which is a Jewish Substack. They're not completely reliable, but I read one source which said that there have been some rabbinic authorities which say that because they don't have halakhic marriages or divorces, that effectively they're having kids out of wedlock, and
Kids out of wedlock does
who are
not
not mentoring.
constitute mamzerut.
But what you're saying is that
according to
because
halacha.
historically there have been cases of rabbinics marrying Karaites, they would have a rabbinic ketubah, but maybe a Karaite divorce was a possibility for when those would happen.
I mean, I don't understand why somebody would have a rabbinic marriage and a Karaite divorce, and then, I mean,
I agree
this
it doesn't
is
make
very
sense. I'm just saying what
speculative,
I read on there, what some rabbinic authorities have said, but you'd have to read the actual.
and I would need to know who these rabbinic authorities are, because honestly, like,
It was
that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Have you? Well, me neither. But have you ever? I mean, if it's me or Dea, so to be honest, I can't really vouch for them at all.
Yeah.
Andrew, well, the main thing is for non-Jewish people, when they look at Judaism, it gets so complicated because Judaism is a very holistic religion that incorporates entire lifestyles, unlike Christianity. It doesn't. The notion of halacha is very distinct from the fact that Christianity, for the most part, doesn't follow a similar holistic life prescription, and even Islam doesn't have a holistic life prescription.
No. I mean, I would say Islam, in their concept of Sharia, has a very similar concept to halacha, but I mean, it's not as well developed. But I mean, also, I think especially a lot of the Orthodox here in this low corner would say that you're accepting Protestant characterizations of Christianity, and like I think Father Stephen, for example, would very much disagree with that characterization.
I see. So there are some Christians who do follow different understandings of the law, but like take the example of a shtreimel. So, from what I understand, the Hasidic custom of wearing a shtreimel comes from the fact that it says in the Torah that this on your head shall be a holy or whatever. It says in the Talmud that by the holy, they're referring to the tefillah, and then on Shabbat, where you don't wear tefillah, you need the other side of shtreimel. Well, first you have to explain to people what Shabbat is, and then you have to explain to people what the Talmud is, and how the oral Torah developed, and then you have to explain to them why a shtreimel would be a substitute. Like they're because the rabbinic oral tradition is just so detached from how ordinary people think, it gets confusing to explain to non-Jews or people that haven't been exposed to such methods of thinking.
Yeah, including, I think you're having trouble like really understanding the analogy there.
Yeah, I do. I'm saying most average lay people from non-Jewish or even non-Orthodox Jewish backgrounds do.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't think you quite understand that analogy, and I'm wondering where you got it from.
It was a Chabad article which said that the general reason why Hasidism outside of Chabad, generally because they have a more external emphasis on piety, that the analogy for you shall be holy is interpreted as tefillin as a sign for the days of the week, but on Shabbat and certain days of Yom Tov, since you don't wear tefillin as the extra sign of piety, that's Strimel's as an external substitute for the sign of piety.
I'm not sure you're. Yeah, I would have to read this article because
It's called
yeah.
Why Chabad Hasidism Doesn't Wear Strimels.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean,
I'm butchering this a bit. The point I'm making is not related to that specific. I'm just giving you an example of something where to lay people they might not understand.
right.
I think the point I'm saying is that unlike other traditions which don't rely strongly on oral tradition, because Judaism does, it's a lot harder for people to systematize mentally. It's also why Jewish people have higher IQs on average because they spend all the time in shtetl studying the Talmud.
I think, yeah, you're going places. I'm not sure you want to be going. Yeah, it's. Yeah,
Wait.
I'm not sure I want to follow this discussion where you're going. Honestly, yeah.
Wait, what discussion?
Like the whole IQ thing and the
Yeah.
shtetl thing and the yeah.
As in, what's called?
Kirk, it's getting late.
Yeah. To be honest, take everything I say with a huge grain of salt.
Yeah, I think you might want to go to bed.
Well, I'll leave when you leave, but.
I think Andrew might have stuff he wants to talk about, despite the fact he's already in bed.
Andrew?
Good night, Kirk.
How's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Good.
How are things
Yeah,
in
it's good
Irvine?
here.
What?
You know? Well, it's good here. Just making small talk. How are things in Irvine? Boring.
Boring? How can things be boring in Irvine?
Boring. How can things not be boring in Irvine? It's you know.
So you
Same
said
day
your
today.
summer school
Yeah.
classes are starting in.
They've already started.
But this is at UCLA?
UCI.
If it's at UCLA, why are you still in Irvine?
No, it's at UCI.
It's at UCI, but it's whoa. What happened? I don't know what happened.
Me neither. Never heard that sound before.
Me neither. Oh no, that's not true. Sometimes Shadow decides to hiss at Happy. Could you hear her hissing?
I heard a meow 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 meow, and then yeah, that was about it. Yeah.
Silly kitty.
Yep.
Yep. So you're taking classes at UCLA at UCI?
No,
How
they're
does that
just at UCI.
Okay.
They count for UCLA credits, but they're at UCI.
Okay. But you had overlap of your two semesters.
A little
How
bit,
did
yeah.
that work? If it's
The
all at UCI.
the well, I have one class that's online at UCLA. That's the one that overlap. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I see, said the blind man. An online engineering class? I guess.
Physics.
Physics.
Yeah, we'll see how the online physics go.
So there's no lab.
Yeah.
I see, said the blind man.
Guys doing a lot of seeing.
For a blind man, definitely.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. I'm finally like starting to attend a church that's not St. Mark's. And feels kind of weird.
Well, I mean, you are Coptic after all.
Yeah.
So how'd they know if they could give you communion or not?
You know, I kind of had the tattoo, and
Oh,
the community.
the tattoo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the community is small enough that, like, for conversions, word gets around.
I see.
Yeah.
Word
And
got
it's-
around. No, I'm
Um,
like wondering what the process was. So, like, did the priest just see you had a tattoo, or like before services, did you go up to the priest and be like, "Hey, I'm visiting. Here's my tattoo. Let me take communion."
I went to Vespers first, and then, you know, they see a new
Introduced
Asian.
yourself.
Yep. Yep. You know the drill.
No, I don't. Oh, right. You're supposed to go to confession before you go to communion anyway, right?
It's good. It's good to do so.
So
Not everyone
did
does it
you?
every week. You're supposed to have like a dedicated priest that you go to for confession, and I'd
confessor,
rather
yeah.
have that. Yeah, I'd rather have that be up at UCLA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Mhm. Yeah.
Dedicated father confessor.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, is it still the hegemon, or is it somebody else?
Yeah, no.
You don't know? Oh, you haven't actually established a father confessor. This is all theoretical.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good job, Andrew. Good job. Yeah, you stopped being Protestant all of 5 minutes in the future.
Yeah, I totally believe in repentance. That's why I haven't gone to confession.
I see. So since being baptized, you have not been to confession? It's been months, Andrew. Do you know how many sins you've committed in the past?
Oh, yeah, way too many.
Way too many.
Too many to count, actually.
Poor father confessor, when you go, you're gonna have to like.
Oh my gosh!
Spend the next. Have you been keeping an account book of all the sins?
No.
How are you gonna remember them all?
You know, I did that once, and I threw the book out.
I would too. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how the first confession goes. Lots of first things have been awkward, so I'm
When
sure
does
this
school
one won't be.
start again?
September 13th.
September 13th. So a month from now.
Yep. Hmm.
Do you have so I have heard nothing from Richard since Chino. Well, do you know when Biola starts? Biola academic calendar.
You know, I was
August 15th. No. Fall full term and session A classes August 8th, 28th.
You know, I was planning on taking them to OCF up here, but last quarter I had a class during that time. No bueno.
I see, said the blind man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, it kind of worries me that, like, the Coptic Club hasn't talked to the OCF club at school, and they're also, you know, living around a bunch of Protestants and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but the Coptic Club is mostly just an ethnic Egyptian club. I'm guessing they would have an easier time with Muslims coming to the Coptic Club than they would with Armenians.
Oh, they did. Yeah, there's been a couple Muslims at the Coptic Club.
Right. Egyptian Muslims coming to the Coptic Club makes more sense than Armenians, despite the fact they are in communion, which should tell you how utterly the church has failed to be churches.
Yeah.
And like, it's not like I blame them. I know the same thing happens. Like, I know the same thing happens in Judaism and Islam, and like, but that's a failure of the church, and it's a failure of religion, which is problematic.
Mm-hmm. What can I say?
You know, the Armenians have 0 monasteries in the United States that I could find.
Really?
I tried Googling it. I could not find any Armenian monasteries in the United States, which is surprising. I'm guessing all of their monastics go back to Armenia, which is like, I guess makes sense, but it doesn't make more sense than the Greeks sending their monastics back, yet their Greeks have had monastics in the United States for a very long time.
I've heard there's been a slow degradation of Armenian monasticism, which is not a good thing.
Believe it.
It happens with a lot of OO churches, like Egyptian monasticism was in a slow decline until the 1960s. So
really, there's like a bunch of monasteries in California.
Yeah, because I mean, monasteries kind of originated from Egypt. We have Saint, Anthony
of the Desert. Yeah, the original monasticist. Yeah, you really should have come. You really should have come with us that Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would have. Yeah. Huge, huge, huge mistake, Andrew.
Okay.
It's okay. We won't tell your parents when we go to the monastery in Arizona. Yes, we are going to a monastery in Arizona.
When?
I haven't decided, but I'll plan it with Tim and Trey. And Tim might not be able to come himself, but he'll find somebody to take us to the monastery in Arizona.
Mm. Yeah, I ought to like go on one of these Coptic retreats and check out all the ladies.
Yep. And you'll be the tallest guy there.
Yes, I will.
By far. It's so funny how
Yeah.
much taller you
Yep.
are than everybody other. But the hegemon is really tall. Do you think that's how he got to be the hegemon? Is because he's really tall? Is the bishop really tall too?
Is the bishop really tall? He's maybe a little shorter than Hegemon. So yeah.
I'm telling you, you'll make bishop in no time. Pope Tadros IV.
No.
No?
No. I think if I became
Pope
Pope, that'd be
Anthony IV.
I think it'd be a theological crisis in the Coptic Church and a national crisis for Egypt.
National crisis for Egypt, yes, but theological crisis? Why a theological crisis?
Because you'd have a bunch of, people in Egypt who wouldn't be happy.
Why?
You're kidding me. You're kidding me here, Jacob.
I'm not kidding you. Not kidding you. Yeah, the people in the pews might not be happy, but that's their problem.
Yeah. I mean, that's still a problem.
Eh,
This is why I'm hesitant to become anything higher than a deacon.
yeah, but you should become a deacon.
Jacob, we just talked about how I'm not going to confession.
You should go to
And you-
confession.
Yes, I should.
That's not my fault.
Yeah, that's true.
You should probably also invite your parents to go to church with you.
I'll take them to Vespers, maybe.
Okay. I didn't say which, but yeah. You should at least invite them to go to church with you. If they don't want to go, they don't want to go. I invite Shadow to church. She never comes. Shadow, would you like to go to church?
Meow.
You're getting sleepy. She's staring at this like you wouldn't believe.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think she meowed because Happy scared her.
Hmm. Happy's a shy dog, though. How could he scare anyone?
Well, Happy really likes Shadow and follows her around and sleeps. Ever since Shadow's been here, Happy will barely go sleep in her own bed. She, wherever Shadow's hanging out, Happy will go sleep beneath where Shadow is.
Mm-hmm. Catastrophe, I'm telling you.
Cats and dogs living together.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You know,
Nope.
why are things so weird?
I have constantly said there's a reason why truth is stranger than fiction. Because fiction has to make sense in our imagination. Truth has to make sense in God's imagination. And God has a much better imagination than we do.
Yeah. You know, I realized that when I tried making D&D religions, I was
Mhm.
like, I am not creative enough for this.
For me, like, I've recently been thinking a lot about how individual cells in your body have no effing clue why they do things and how they end up being a whole organism, but like they do.
Mhm.
Like one cell in your body, like, can it really understand why this cell or that cell has to die? Why this cell has to divide? Why, like, no, none of them understand any of it. Yet it all works.
Sometimes.
Khezi is telling you to stay strong, Andrew. I have no idea why. What are you staying strong for?
I don't know, man. Classes. Yeah.
You didn't know James is the same name. So the Greek of James is Jacobus.
Hmm. Okay.
Yep. So I got you an icon of Saint Jacob, the Lord's
Mhm.
brother.
Half brother.
Half brother, did you say?
What?
Half brother, cousin, what? What? Christotokos, did you say?
You know,
Yeah, thanks for
I
that. Now I don't have to say Theotokos. I can say Christotokos.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if that word is like something that should ever come out of my mouth. God have mercy. God have mercy.
Yep. I love that that's just like the standard response, you know?
God have mercy.
Yep.
Kyrie eleison, right? That's
Uh-huh.
what it means.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The way you said it, I thought like God of mercy means Kyrie eleison.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Well, so yes or no?
Yeah, but like, I don't think you know Greek.
I don't know Greek at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you not telling me?
No, I mean like usually you say like something in a foreign language means something in a language you know. But like you're out here like Lord of Mercy means Kyrie eleison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
for some reason, cats are much more comfortable when they're upside down.
Mm. So how's Trey been?
Trey's been good.
That's good.
Trey's been good. Yeah, he's been coming by, which is nice. Means I have to kind of sort of keep my room clean, my apartment clean.
That's good.
Apparently, my books got delivered today.
Mm.
So I have a bunch of books I need to be reading.
Yeah, Giza Verme sounds interesting.
He was definitely interesting. Yeah. So I also got Star of Redemption by Franz Rosenzweig. You know his story?
Afraid not.
So he had a cousin who was a Christian, and he had a long correspondence with his cousin talking about like the important religious discussions, like theological and philosophical discussions. And his cousin convinced him to convert to Christianity. And so Rosenzweig, being Rosenzweig, decided, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this right. I'm going to do it like the original Christians did it. And I'm going to learn about Judaism. I'm going to become a full Jew. And then I'll convert to Christianity as the fulfillment of Christianity. So he started going to synagogue, and he never stopped. And he wrote a book, Star of Redemption, which is about why after he learned all about Judaism, he saw no necessity to convert to Christianity. Franz Rosenzweig. Yep. Happy, do you see any reason to become a Christian? Happy doesn't seem to be very enthused about becoming a Christian. We could get you baptized. Would you like to be baptized? Happy doesn't like water very much.
Mm.
She came to the monastery with us. Well, she didn't actually come to the monastery. She just
really?
on the trip. Yeah, we left her at Tim's parents.
Mm.
And we're gonna have to figure out what to do with her when we go to Arizona. And I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with her when I go to Israel. And what I'm gonna do with her. No, my parents usually babysit, so it's fine. My parents don't want to babysit Shadow, so I'm gonna probably ask Jack to do it again. He did it last time. Now that I have 2 pets, I can't travel as much as I used to.
Mm.
It's all your fault.
Yeah, I'm sorry you got a cat, which I'm allergic to.
For now.
For now, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope it gets better.
Well, I believe in the hygiene hypothesis because I'm hopeful that it's true.
Mhm.
Might not be true, but I am certainly hopeful that it's true.
Mhm. Yeah, a lot of my friends are getting more interested in cats. So, yep.
So, are you going to be living on campus again this year?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I see something wrong there.
Pretty much the same place too. So,
Same people?
one of them's the same person. The other one will be random.
You're
Yeah.
going to have a random roommate.
Yeah, we'll see. Although, there's a roommate swap the second week of school. So if he doesn't shake out well, we'll toss him out. Mhm.
Roommates swap.
Yep. Yep. You know, I went up to kiss the bree's hand,
And failed.
got kind of intimidated by it, and I was like, "Let me kiss your hand," and he's like, "No." And I was like,
Really?
"Okay."
This was the hegemon?
No, this was at the one I'm here now. Yeah. So we're gonna try again on what, Sunday?
What do you mean he said no?
Well, I'm pretty sure he was like half joking, but you know. I've got to learn sometime.
You do have to learn sometime. By the way, when you kiss his hand, you're supposed to kiss the cross he's holding afterwards.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Usually only bishops have that, but
Really?
I mean, like usually only bishops are the
At
ones
your
who have the,
baptism, both the priests were holding crosses.
that's because
and
they have to
people were
do
going-
they have to do blessings and whatnot with it. But I mean, like at the end of a normal liturgy, they're handing out korban, right?
Mm,
So yeah, they don't have the cross in their hand or anything. Mhm.
yeah, rabbis never have crosses in their hands.
Who would have thought?
In case you were wondering, when rabbis hold crosses in their hands, it's almost never.
Mhm. Yeah, you know, it surprised me how much, like your Acidic Tales and I don't know,
Did you return
Talmudic.
my book?
Oh no, I've never done that. It's sitting on my shelf right now. Do you want it back?
Did you read my book?
Yep, all the way through.
Did you like the book?
Yeah.
What was your favorite story, if you remember any?
I'm forgetting the details, but one of them, it might have been the Rebbe, explains like a Kabbalistic concept using a horse carriage. Something like that.
Hasidic stories about horse carriages, tons of them.
Yep.
And when you say the Rebbe, that refers to every Hasidic rabbi. So I have zero idea what you're like.
Mhm.
That was as specific as the monk was in the desert. That's basically as specific as that as you got there, but that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yep. One of them that was helpful was the pray like a child the same way that you call God your father. Yeah.
That's a Hasidic story, all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you were saying before I so rudely
Oh, yeah.
interrupted you.
Yeah, I came on your channel and started hearing Hasidic tales and Talmudic whatever debates, and I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know there was like a DLC of Jesus's parables.
DLC.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's been keeping me on here.
DLC of Jesus parables. I love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been great.
Well, I tend to like my channel.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, there's like this really smart Jewish guy on, and then
Mm-hmm.
he, and then I have to explain why he's a complete heretic. Why I let Chazi on my channel, I have zero idea.
Yeah. Don't look at me. I'm not Jewish.
Apparently, neither am I.
Well, you're the best Jew I've met, so yeah.
Am I like pretty much the only Orthodox Jew you've ever talked to in your entire life?
Pretty much.
Yeah, so I said to Mother Markella, I'm not an observant Jew. And she said, but you're Orthodox. I'm like, oh, that's nice of you to say. I hope I'm Orthodox.
Yep.
Yeah, that meeting with her was strange.
Mm.
Are there Coptic nuns around? There must be.
I'm sure they exist. I don't think there's any in America.
Really?
Yeah.
It's midnight.
Oh.
What?
Mm-hmm. Well, this is a super random question, but like, what do non-Hasidic Haredi Jews look like?
So, non-Hasidic Haredi Jews, you probably would not be able to tell the difference.
Really?
Yeah, you probably would not. So, especially, I mean, so in Jerusalem, for example, the people who wear the shtreimels tend to be the non-Hasidic Jews, which is weird because people outside of Jerusalem, it's the Hasidic Jews who wear shtreimels. You know what a shtreimel is? Right?
Nope.
So here, let's look at pictures of Hasidic Jews. Let's
Oh,
Jews.
okay. Yep. Oh, that's mad.
So let's see. Okay, so
Yeah, it's the big fur cap.
that's a shtreimel, yeah. So for example, yeah, these guys are Hasidic. That guy on the right is probably Litvish, not Hasidic. These are Hasidim. These are not Hasidic. 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 Not Hasidic. Sephardic. Hasidic. Surprisingly, not Hasidic. Not Hasidic. Let's see. Hasidic. Not Hasidic. Yes, Hasidic. Also Hasidic. The Copts aren't Hasidic. The guy on the left is Hasidic. The other guys are not. We already saw that. Yes, Hasidic. Not Hasidic. Not Hasidic. Well, actually, so these are actually Chabad Hasidim, but Chabad Hasidim don't look like Hasidim. They dress like Lithuanians, which is weird, but that's how Chabad is. Hasidic. Not Hasidic. Hasidic. Yeah, these are actually Breslov Hasidim. Hasidic. Probably not Hasidic, although they might be Chabad. Huh. If these people are in Jerusalem, they're not Hasidic, but I don't think they are, which makes me think they are Hasidic. That's Chief Rabbi Mervis and Rabbi
Jonathan
Sachs.
Sachs. Yeah.
Both of whom were not Hasidic. I have zero clue. Oh, these people must be in Ukraine. Yeah, Hasidic. Breslov Hasidim. Again, Breslov Hasidim and Sephardic, weird Breslov Hasidim. I think this is all Chabad mix. I don't know if that helped at all.
So like,
Chabadniks, so they're Hasidic, but they don't look Hasidic.
Mhm.
More Chabad rabbis.
So- yeah, it's mad. So like, instead of reading whatever Hasidic tales, what did non-Hasidic Haredis read?
Haha, interesting. So the fact is that part of the funny thing about non-Hasidic, like the Litvish, they've become so Hasidic in ways that they don't even realize. Like, I'm just waiting for them to tap out and just like admit that they lost, but they refuse, as always. You know, it's like the non-Chalcedonians. They're so Chalcedonian. It's like, just give up. Just admit. Just admit it.
No.
Just admit. Yeah. So that's what's basically is the case with the Hasidim and the Litvaks.
Yeah, I should have known that I shouldn't ask a Hasid this question.
So what the Litvish would say is, we study Talmud. What are you talking about? We
Oh,
only study
of
Talmud.
course.
We're constantly studying Talmud. That's all we study is Talmud. Yeah, the main difference is whether or not you study any of the Hasidic. So the main difference. So this is the funny thing. The Musar movement, which is certain books, for example, Derech Hashem, which I have, or Mesilat Yesharim, or even Chovot LaHalavavot. These were books that, like, non-Hasidic places didn't necessarily study at all, because they were like, no, we study Talmud and we study the codes and we study all of the things that Hasidim also study. But what happened is that once Hasidim added their specific teachings, which were meant to inspire awe and fear of God and greater devotion, the Lithuanians also started adding what then became called the Musar movement, and as a sort of like, so Reb Chaim Volozhiner wrote Nefesh HaChaim, and Nefesh HaChaim is in many ways a response to Tanya, the Chabad book that the Alter Rebbe wrote, which is considered the foundational book of Chabad Hasidus. And so Nefesh HaChaim, in essence, was a sort of refutation. But, so I remember when I was in yeshiva, one of my rabbis said, hey, what was that class you just came from? And I had only been sitting in there like 10 minutes. I hadn't actually been listening from the very beginning. It's like, I think that was a Tanya shir. A shir means lecture. And he looked at me and he's like, you mean it was a Nefesh HaChaim shir? Like, oh, I guess. Because I didn't realize that the yeshiva I was going to was specifically a Lithuanian answer to Chabad, and which it was, and it continues to be. And I mean, I love my yeshiva. But so Nefesh HaChaim, the funny thing is like a lot of people, even when they study the two side by side, they rarely understand what the
Differences,
fight was about.
Mhm. Yeah.
And the idea that they're like actually trying to counter each other, like even I have to say, halachic man, like in a very real sense, halachic man is the Rav who comes from the Lithuanian tradition, like refuting Tanya. Like he's specifically kind of doing that, even when he quotes it. But like, I don't think a lot of people really understand the fine differences between, like, yeah, it's kind of, I don't even know what to compare it to.
Chalcedon and non-Chalcedonian.
No. I'm trying to think, like, not that I ever studied Leibniz's calculus versus Newtonian calculus, but that's what I imagine. Like, well, imagine if Leibniz and Newton were like, no, you don't do a Riemann sum this way, you do a Riemann sum that way, right? It's like, I don't understand what the difference here is, right? And ultimately, I think they're aiming at the same truth, but also at the same time, like a lot of the things. Well, you know what? It actually is like, so Father Eric, like he pulled up the debate between the reformers at the Council of Trent, right? And on everything but like one point, like the Catholic Church has basically recanted on Trent, right? In a very real sense, I think a similar thing happened with the Lithuanians and the Hasidim. Did you actually listen to the Useful Charts
video?
Video.
Yep.
So when you look at how he made the chart, here, let me see if I can pull up his chart. There's his chart. Okay. Okay. So here. Okay. So he has Judaism, which he correctly identifies as what the Code of Jewish Law says, right? And the Code of Jewish Law itself recognizes a difference between Sephardi and Ashkenazi, and like, so Mizrahi and Sephardi, like he has them kind of coming together is correct. Okay. Now in 1740, there was a break between Hasidic Jews and non-Hasidic Jews, right? And then let's go down a bit. So you see that the Haskalah, right, in 1770, circa 1770, split into the Reform movement in Germany and the Lithuanians, right? And then, so So there's like Haredi Hasidic, Haredi non-Hasidic, Haredi Hasidic, modern Orthodox. Like all of this is in all of this.
It's to the right.
Well, to the left, like the modern Orthodox and Haredi non-Hasidic, that is all Ashkenazi. It's not Sephardic.
Mm.
Now, Hasidic influence has been very large also in the Sephardic community,
Mm-hmm.
and has really affected non-Hasidic as well. And so ultimately, like, yeah, maybe I am kind of partisan, but in a very real sense, it's like, just give up already. Just admit like Judaism is on the right here, and like, and then when you go talk to, like, when you're looking at Israel, right? Where's he have Israel? In Israel, right? Like the Ashkenazi chief rabbi and the Sephardic chief rabbi, like, I don't even know if I think that's Lau Rabbi. Wow, I don't even know where he comes from. He's his fam, if he's Hasidic or non-Hasidic. His father. Where did his father? Yeah, he comes from a non-Hasidic background. But, like, don't know what to tell you.
Mm.
Don't know what to tell you. We should go to bed.
Yeah, probably.
You're already in bed.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
All right. Good night.